We appreciate you too. We appreciate you too. So happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Woo! All right, Maya. Woo! Thank you, Maya. As always, that was beautiful.
Yes, thank you. I think there might be at my family later tonight might need Maya's help singing, because sometimes when we sing the happy birthday song at home, the dog barks, and I don't think he's barking his approval. So but thank you very much.
Okay, so that was our only presentation. We have all kinds of minutes. June 7th, June 14, June 21, July 5, and July 12 of the BCC minutes.
Chair, move approval on all 5.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That carries 4-0 with Commissioner Moss absent. Under informational items, we do have a proclamation honoring Daniel Wittenberg on his retirement from the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners, Department of Public Works Engineering. Daniel, you're here somewhere. Where are you? Daniel, come on up and just say hello on the podium. So is it free to get away from under Rich, or what's the...
That didn't take long to answer, but no, I enjoyed working here. I really did. I have a lot of good people to work with and for. So,
Well, thank you very much for all your service. And you got anything fun coming up in retirement?
I'm doing all kinds of stuff.
A lot of honeydews?
Yeah. No, I'm single.
Oh, okay.
So, no honey.
Well, write yourself a list. Yeah.
I'm very busy and enjoying it.
Well, good. Very good. Well, thank you very much for your service. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Also, under information, we have the landfill closure and the waste collection schedule coming up with the Monday holiday on Labor Day. Basically, if you get home pickup or recycle, everything is pushed back one day from your normal day. And of course, Commissioners, my favorite item on the information item is our county venue event calendar. And this one, and I know Commissioner Fleischer, this is also dear to your heart. Coming up is the State of Florida Special Olympics, Swimming Special Olympics. They're being hosted once again at the North County Aquatic Center. That'll be October 1st and 2nd. And these are truly athletes, truly Olympians. If you ever go and you see how emotionally they get and how important it is to them to compete, and when you hang that medal on their neck, you can just see them bursting with pride. So if you haven't had a chance to either attend or to volunteer, it's a great opportunity. You can contact our rec department if you want to sign up and volunteer, but it's really kind of one of those things you need to do just to experience it. And then our youth flag football season is kicking off. That starts September 17th through November 5th, and that's for ages 4 through 14. And Commissioners, this allows me to segue into a special announcement.
I'm so scared.
Yes, you will enjoy this, Commissioner Adams. So I have decreed, as my power invested in me as chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, that Tuesday, September 20th, at our BCC meeting, we will be celebrating College Game Day in Indian River County. And all commissioners and all staff are encouraged to wear the jersey or memorabilia or hats of their favorite college team. And we're working on a couple other special surprises. But for the audience, you're encouraged to bring your college gear as well on September 20th. And I can tell you already, my wife, I'm Miami, it's all about the U. My wife is a Gator, and she's already told me, well, I'm coming, I'm wearing my Gator shirt, so we'll see how that goes. But so, Tuesday, September 20th, college game day, wear your jerseys.
Mr. Chairman, I know that we don't really have a big football fan here, but I'm assuming since he sent his kids to the Air Force Academy, he realized the Air Force does have a football team.
They do have a football team, yep.
See if we needed to borrow.
I'm ready, sir.
Okay.
And then, commissioners, when you pick your team, you need to let Mr. Spirica know and let him know what team colors you're going to be wearing. So I'm assuming you're Florida State, so we've seen some
Woo-hoo, go
garnet and
Noles.
gold. We'll see some green and orange for the Hurricanes. You're probably going to be a Seminole.
I probably will be.
Yeah, yeah.
But I need all the backup support I can get. So.
All right. So, September 20th, college game day, Indian River County. Here we go.
I like these themes. these
Yeah,
themed meetings.
yeah, you know, that's what you get for picking me to be your chair, and I'm a dead duck, so, or lame duck, I guess it is. Dead duck! Oh, boy, yeah.
Oh, we're so
All right.
out of practice.
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't meet for a month.
Not all the meetings start out like this.
Yeah.
Wanted everybody
Oh,
to,
boy.
they're different.
Okay, does anybody else have anything on the information agenda they would like to highlight?
I hope
We've
not.
killed this, okay. All right, consent agenda. Commissioners, does anybody wish to pull anything on consent?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull 8J.
Okay, anyone else? Commissioners, I would like to pull 8X, excuse me, and item 8AG, I believe. Yeah, 8AG. So we have J, X, and AG so far.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to have a consent agenda item pulled for additional discussion? We'll remind you that we did already pull and deleted 8J until September. 8J was the Children's Services, right? So anybody from the audience wish to have anything pulled for further discussion? Okay, seeing none.
Move approval as amended.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Vice Chair Urban. All in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That carries 4-0. Commissioner Urban, we will go ahead and start with your item 8J, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, the 8J was the final ranking firms for the award for the RFP for the website design. As you know, I brought that up a while back, and I'm glad to see that we're finally getting to the end. And so within, I think it was within 6 months, we should have a new website up for information and accessibility to the county, and I'm very happy to see that. And I want to thank Dan Russell and his staff and Randy King and Scott for all the work they've done on this. And I've looked at their choice, and it seems to be a pretty good choice. And I think as long as we have good content, which I know we will, to put in, I think we'll have a fabulous website for the community that will be a lot easier to navigate. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Vice Chair Urban, second by Commissioner Flesher. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 4-0. Item 8X, this is a renewal of a lease agreement for 2601 51st Avenue, tenant Ember Pappas. This is a right-of-way acquisition for the future improvements to 26th Street. This was the case where we had to buy the entire house, and Miss Rappas was renting in there, and we've extended the lease a couple times. This is to come back to renew the lease. Staff has put in an increase in the rent from $600 a month to $900 a month, and while Miss Pappas has agreed to that, I think given the current economic situation and inflation, my wish would be that we go ahead and keep the rent flat and not impose a 50% rent increase. So, commissioners, if anyone would like to make a motion to keep the rent at $600, I would certainly second that.
Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to make that motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so, yeah, that's fine, we're good. So, this will be, the motion will be to keep the rent at the $600 per month for Miss Pappas. Any comment from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 4-0. Thank you, commissioners. No, actually, Commissioner Adams, yep. Item 8AG is just an approval for some FDEP cost share funding for a septic to sewer approval. And one of the things, I think all of us had a chance to meet with Sean Liskey, our new utility director. And in my discussions with Sean, he's certainly all in favor of the septic to sewer conversions, but he had some concerns that we don't really have a real clear policy on mandatory hookup. And while I don't think we want to dive into that today, if the board is agreeable, I'd like to just give staff direction that they look into what options we have and then to bring something back on maybe a October agenda to look at this. And I support it. I think if we're going to put all the millions and millions into septic to sewer, that the only way we can really get the lagoon cleaned up is if we have 100% participation on the sewer hookup. So I think we do need to kind of have that discussion on how we want to handle any type of mandatory hookup policy. So commissioners, is everyone okay with having staff look into this and bring something back in October? Commissioner Fleischer? Okay. Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I think we need to, because some of our grants are starting to be tied to that mandatory requirement.
Exactly.
So we need to look at how we can make sure we're protecting that funding.
Yep, okay. All right, so Dylan, I don't think we're going to take a vote or anything, but I think we have a consensus here to have staff, okay. And with that, then if someone would like to go ahead and move 8AG, please.
Move approval.
I'll second that. We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by myself for 8AG. All in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That carries 4-0. That takes us to item 9A. Sheriff, I have to tell you, your CFO was lobbying very hard this morning to get this on the agenda for you, so you should tell her a job well done after this, but we will now hear from the sheriff on item 9A. Good morning.
Thank you so much, and thank you for making time for us today. I did want to mention, Commissioner Ehrman, you had talked before about me coming before you and telling you some success stories about the license plate readers. That was something I came before you guys several months ago. And 2 weeks ago, early in the morning, we had a license plate reader hit about 4 a.m. early in the morning hours. It was a stolen vehicle coming into our county. And our guys jumped on it right on the north end by Sebastian. They were attempting to stop the vehicle. The vehicle fled at a high rate of speed. It was a BMW, headed back towards Brevard County where it was stolen from. It did crash near the interstate. Nobody was hurt. 3 guys got out of that vehicle. We were able to apprehend the driver and the 2 passengers. The driver had numerous warrants for violent felonies out of Brevard County. And it's clear that those 3 guys were coming to Indian River County to commit crimes, to do bad things. And our license plate reader technology was able to stop them before they could get into our county and do those things. And so it's a great program. We've done so many things with it. That's just one success story amongst so many more that our real-time crime center is tracking. But I just wanted to give you an update on that. I know that's an item that's near and dear and something that you guys like to hear about. So we're doing a lot of good things with protecting the community. And so today I'm here before you requesting the expenditure of the law enforcement trust fund, some of the dollars that are in that. These are dollars that are taken in as a result of forfeitures, seizures, drug contraband, so many other ways that these get filled. Additionally, as part of this the statute, there's a requirement that no less than 25% of forfeiture funds during that year be expended or donated to certain drug treatment, abuse education, drug prevention, crime prevention, safe neighborhood, school resource programs. So we're asking for about $10,000 in funds from the Law Enforcement Trust Fund to be spent on a variety of different organizations that conduct operations just like that. And then we're also asking for $161,000, which is about 31% of the Law Enforcement Trust Fund, to be spent on gear that is necessary for the operation at the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Some of those items that we're requesting include AED, batteries and pads, certain gear for our SWAT team. Probably not going to get into the details of exactly what all that gear is, so we aren't giving away all of our secrets. Some replacement rifles and helmets. So hoping that you'll be able to approve the authorization of the expenditure of these funds, and that's dollars that we're using from drug forfeitures that don't hit the county taxpayer.
Very good. Any questions to the sheriff?
Mr. Chair, move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. Is there any discussion on the motion? Any comment from the public? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Opposed? That carries 4-0. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time. I will be coming back before you. I believe it's in the month of September. I've got a couple items that I had discussed with the county attorney and the county administrator. We were going to throw those items on the agenda, and I'll come back with more stories for you about prevention of crime. Thanks, guys. Have a
Thank
good
you,
day.
Sheriff.
Thank you.
At this point, we have moved up item 14B1, which is Vice Chairman Ehrman's item on an update or discussion of Sector 7 Beach Renourishment Project. Vice Chair Ehrman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I just kind of want this as an open discussion. And the reason that I want to bring this to your attention is that it seems like ever since I've been a commissioner and was duly appointed by then Chairman Fleischer to chair the Beach and Shores Committee, which I'm very proud of. We have a lot of great, good members that do a lot of good things, and it's just sometimes even the good people we need, myself included, we need some direction, and when I ask y'all for some direction so they have some more tools to work with in the toolbox with regards to Sector 7. Sector 7, as we all know, is down in the South Beach area. Kim, do you have the slides? I'll tell Tim, we'll put them up in just a minute. As you all know, we have talked about Sector 7 continuously. The Beach and Shore, it comes up every meeting, whether it's an easement or whether it's how to do it. What can we do? As you all know, we voted not to do it in this fiscal year due to lack of easements. We didn't have the 90% easements, but the money, as far as we know, is still out there with from the DEP and from FEMA. With that being said, since the money's still out there, we still have a heartbeat. We need some direction from you guys and some discussion. I'll touch on those one by one. But do understand that the committee knows, and we all know, that should that funding get taken away, this project can't happen. Also, we want to look at, to move forward with some direction from the board to say, you know, also, even though maybe the money will stay there, if the price of putting sand on the beach down in Sector 7 is too cost prohibitive from a county standpoint, and we don't have the tourist development funds and the other monies that we use to do this project, that the project would also not be viable. And then thirdly, again, if we don't have the easements, the project wouldn't be viable also. So what I want to discuss, you know, and it doesn't, I don't think it'll require a long discussion, is the potential cost for two methods of renourishing Sector 7 beaches, specifically offshore and dredge and land-based truck haul. I've done a lot of research myself, as staff has done, and I wasn't trying to duplicate anything staff's done, but commissioners, there is literally no beach access down there in Sector 7 at all. The only beach access we had that we can see is in the southernmost end of Sector 7, and I think it's the next slide, Kim, the next one. Well, I think it's even one more. There were three of them. Yeah. The southernmost sections you can see on the slide, down where you see the line down there is Floralton Beach access. That is about the best spot we could have for possibly a truck haul with regards to that. And there's a couple of problems going on. The first one is that Floralton Beach has got gopher tortoises on it. And I think we've got some slides of that too. If you guys go to one of the other slides. That's the Floralton Beach access, which comes straight off of Mangrove Road off of A1A, which would be ideal for a truck haul. And I talked to the Moorings HOA president, Jeff Nolan. He said, we'd love to have a nice new park there with, you know, with some just nicely designed and landscaped. But there's, I don't know, I walked through the property, and you know, I think there's some more pictures. They're not really great pictures, but you can see there's some more pictures. Keep going. There's a big down one. That would be a gopher tortoise hole, and there's about untold how many gopher tortoise holes there. Now, whether those are used gopher tortoise holes or there's a turtle in them right now is hard to say. But I can tell you from my knowledge of being out, of knowing this kind of stuff a little bit about it, there could be 10 gopher tortoises on there, there could be 50, or there could be more. And to move a gopher tortoise is about $6,000 a turtle. And so it doesn't seem cost prohibitive for us, let's let the turtles be. I mean, they seem to be happy there, and it was just surprising when I walked the property how many of them were there. So that kind of eliminates that access, and plus that access would also be, we'd have to run 3,700 feet to the north to Angler's Cove on that access. If you want to go back to the map, there's some more gopher tortoise holes. They're everywhere. It's amazing. The gopher tortoise aren't an endangered, they're a protected species, but I tell you what, there's a bunch of them. All the way on the beach, which I didn't know there was that many on the beach. But if you look at this map, you see where Florilton Beach is down there at the very bottom. I think that's the middle slide, so go up one, if you would. The other way. It goes all the way up to Angler's Cove, which you see right there on the very bottom. That's, if you're familiar with the slides you've seen, that's the house that kind of sticks out into the water that has a seawall around it. We can't access around it. It's 3,700 feet to that, and that's a pretty good haul by truck if you wanted to. And then you couldn't get north of that, so you'd have to find access on the northern half of Sector 7 to do a truck haul. There is no access on the northern half of Sector 7. If you did, it would be a vacant lot, and yet you'd have to run dump trucks through a gated community, through an HOA, and it probably wouldn't be a really good thing to do. Those roads aren't designed to haul, for dump trucks, the tonnage that they have, especially carrying sand. So it seems to me, and if you want to discuss it, it seems to me, and speaking with our public works director and others in his office, that the dredge is the way to do this, because the burrow pit, and Rich, don't feel free to come up here and chime in anytime on this, but the burrow pit is located not far from Sector 7, and so that would seem like the best option, and that's what we did back in 2007, was we did a dredge. And what's funny is that the sand dredge off the burrow pit is actually cheaper than the truck haul. It was in 2007, it was when we priced this in early 2020. And so it should remain consistent, even though the cost of fuel and stuff is up right now. And again, this project wouldn't happen until the next fiscal year at the earliest, if it was still to happen. So that's the first thing. Any comments on that, or?
You spiked it.
So
Commissioner Adams?
are you saying that offshore dredging and barging it in is cheaper than?
It is. In this case, because the burrow pit's close enough to Sector 7, it's cheaper. It was cheaper in 2007, it was cheaper in 2020 by about $500,000 versus truck haul. Yeah,
Because that's typically not the case, correct?
I need the experts' help on this one.
Rich Berger, Public Works Director. So, and when we bid it the last time, we bid it both ways. We were anticipating finding a way to haul trucks, use the truck hauling, and we had access actually to a vacant lot that's now been sold and a big old house has been put on it. So if we go this route, which I agree, other than getting rid of the turtles and going through that private property, there's no way to get truck access. So we'll tailor our bid if we ever go to bid again. When we prepare it, we'll just prepare it for dredging. Now, our offsite, as Commissioner Erman stated, our borrow pit is in the south of the county. So it's right there. They don't have to pump it like we tried to do in 5 and 3 all the way to the north section. So it will be a little bit cheaper, but costs and mobilizations, dredging is one of those where if you don't have 250, 300,000 cubic yards, the cost for mobilization doesn't break, they don't break even, so the costs go up exponentially. Mobilization for a dredge is going to be $5 to $7 million before they'll even pump an ounce of sand.
So that's what dredging, you know, that's where the dredging costs are. Where in trucking, it's just you haul it from the pit, but fuel costs are up right now. So right now, you know, this dredging is the option we have available to us, and it would be competitive with trucking. It'd probably be a little cheaper than trucking right now because of fuel costs. But it is an option for this particular sector, if we move forward with beach renourishment in Sector 7.
How much FEMA funding did we get for this project?
I think it's about 5.5 million.
Right.
Like 5.5, 6 million.
I've got it right here. You mean, I can read it real quick. Staff estimates the project cost approximately $12 million, $5.8 million be reimbursed by FEMA, and $307,000 will be received from DEP, leaving the county's contribution about 5.9. The project, if the project were to cost upwards of $15 million, I think you determined it to be around 12 maybe right now, if we did it right now. FEMA would contribute approximately $7.2 million, and the $307,000 from DEP would stay the same. Kristen recommend using that figure, the $7.5 million, by the time the project was done. You agree with that, Jason?
Yeah, I think that's about right. And I do want to add here that we have had some recent challenges with FEMA. And unlike sectors 3 and 5, where we have a significant amount of money from DEP funding, we're reliant on FEMA primarily. There's that $300,000 that we were basically able to scoop up from DEP, but the rest is borne by the county. Just for the board's awareness, we've already done sectors 3 and 5 for these same hurricanes, and we submitted our sector 5 project a couple of years ago as it was completed. FEMA staff has now advised us that the way we submitted sector 5 we can't do for sector 3, and when we ask them how should we submit it, they say we don't know. So I just tell you that there's a lot of uncertainty there with FEMA. There's a lot of time, and it's hard to get clear direction from them. Sometimes that's consistent from one representative to another. So I just wanted to add that to the funding discussion.
And I will say, Commissioners, we have phone conferences with FEMA every 3 weeks. We've been doing this for over 1.5 years now, and they sprung what Jason just told you about the way we submitted on us about 6 weeks ago, and we can't get an answer out of them one way or another. What do you want us to do? And I'll just tell you, they told us to submit the way we submitted Sector 5, and they'll reject it, and we'll tell you which way to go later. So this is what we're up against.
So with regards to what you said, it's better, like I think you said, it's better to go ahead and turn in a C paper instead of not turning your assignment or assignment at all and see what they say, right?
We have to submit our request for reimbursement within 6 months of the work being done, or we're disqualified. So we will submit something within the 6-month time period, and they can tell us how they want us to do it at some later point. But we're not gonna, we cannot miss that deadline.
Any more questions on the truck?
No, not at this time.
Okay. The next thing is, I would say that on the northern half and even the southern half, and Rich, don't run off, I'd say we probably have to get access to a vacant lot, which there is some available still, believe it or not. Very few, but we'd have to get maybe a vacant lot that somebody would allow for any onshore logistics or assistance, correct?
Correct. Even if we dredge, we gotta have a way to get the equipment off the beach every day. So we'll have to find some place where we can get it up off the beach, or it could go underwater, or it could cause problems. So that's one of the requirements, is it can't sit on the beach. We have to get it up closer to the dune area. We can figure something out when we move forward, but that's a complication with the dredging. But I'm confident we can figure out something. But it will take us some time to figure that out.
Okay, well then we've touched on the turtles and that. Then the next thing, and probably the biggest thing, and I think that's what seems to come up at every beach and shore meeting, is of course the easements. We require the easements are perpetual in existence, and we've had pretty good luck in most sectors of of getting these easements done. As you all very well know, we didn't reach the 90% threshold in Sector 7. It seems the people that I've talked to, the residents that I've talked to, what's come up at the Beach and Shore has always been their perpetual agreement. While personally, I don't understand it, we give perpetual agreements to AT&T, to FP&L. I mean, you do that all the time. There isn't public access down here, so it's not like there's gonna be hundreds of sunbathers on some of these folks' private beach. That seems to be the problem. After speaking with staff on this and kind of beating it around in the Beach and Shores as we've done, it seems like staff would be okay with like a 20 to 25-year easement agreement. It would take the perpetual clause out of it. And I know there's been some discussion on this. Well, if we do this, then all the other sectors will want the same thing. I truly think this is just a paperwork type thing. It will have to be recorded. Of course, there'll be a recording fee, but it's not going to be something that's advertised, and I don't think you'll see people that are that concerned with it rushing to our office to change their agreement from a perpetual to a 20-year agreement. So that's kind of where we're at. And I want everybody to understand on this thing is that I know that beach doesn't have public access. There are some people that say, well, there's no public access. Why are we spending tax dollars on private beach? Well, it is our beach. It's our whole beach. It's our county beaches, it's county property. It's beaches. The folks down there that live on the beach, that they chose to do that, rightly so. But yet, it is what we need to do. And a lot of these issues that I'm hearing about, and I'm kind of getting off easements a little bit here, is regards to people that don't necessarily live on the beach, but live near the beach, maybe 3 houses down from the house that lives on the beach or something, that use that beach, and their family and their out-of-town friends use the beach and all that stuff, and they're not able to use the beach if it's in bad condition. So I want y'all to keep that in mind also. But getting back to the easements, is there any, how do y'all feel about that? I mean, basically is what I'm asking. We don't really necessarily need a motion. The Beach and Shore, whatever we decide here, will go back to the Beach and Shore, or the direction that we go to on any of this stuff, we'll go back to the Beach and Shore. They'll discuss it some more, and of course, if any changes are made, it'll come back before the commission. But I just kind of want y'all's thoughts on that.
Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The challenge with the easement has been quite lengthy, and I think people are well dug into the sand on the issue. It is, they feel that they're waiving their rights. At first, I didn't truly embrace it because, after all, we're not moving any infrastructure on the beach. There'll be no abundance of sunbathers that are migrating onto their beach area. It's not overly used, but there's been tremendous resistance, and it's been a legal stance that they've taken, hard and fast, and many members of the committee have worked hard to erode on the process, erode on the sentiments. Staff has. I don't think there's much left, so now we have to look at what the challenge is. And if we were to reduce the perpetuity, the word perpetuity, it has some bite. But for many individuals, I'm in the lower 60s, for many individuals, when you say we like to have a 25-year lease, 25 years could be perpetuity. So what are you giving me? What are you offering? I don't know if this is the magic number, but I believe if we were to start at 15 years, I know that may not be popular with staff, but that can be the cycle of the ownership of the home, the land, the dune area, and it might make a difference. I think people can handle 15 years, might embrace 15 years. It might give us a far more higher percentage, and once that happens, it may then topple the cart for those few standouts that, again, we've seen the pictures, we've seen where they have not been fulfilled, and it's actually counterproductive and damaging. So I rather see us target 15 years. I think that's a doable number. It's probably a doable number by staff. It's embracing, and 15 years is still within, well, it could be over. And not, that's perpetuity. And I think 25 years could be. So that's my input, is I'd like to see us go into the 15-year mode.
Commissioner Adams?
I just have a consistency issue. Like if we haven't allowed, if we have required certain easements in prior projects, I think we're setting ourselves up for issues if we change the easements for this particular project. If we didn't like the easement, we should have done it, we should have changed it 3 projects ago. Because now you're gonna have a section that's inconsistent with all the other easements that we have. That's the first thing. The second thing is, really and truly, the only reason we're doing this project is because we have FEMA funding. If we didn't have FEMA funding, we wouldn't necessarily be doing this project. So, you know, we've discussed this several times, and I think we need to be consistent. If we require something of all the other projects that are within our plan that had FEMA funding, plus they were, you know, projects that we have identified as being in our beach management plan, but this one is a separate, is kind of unique, but it's not unique in the fact that we should be changing our process. For me, if we're gonna have a full system, we're gonna have a full plan, then it needs to be consistent. Otherwise, we need to go back and change all the other easements. And I don't think that that's doable. I don't think that's something we should do. We've given a lot of time to try to get this project off the ground. We've asked for extensions. We're jumping through like every hoop in the world. And I just, at what point do we stop making exceptions to try to get a project done that's not doable simply because we have tenuous FEMA dollars? We don't even know the reimbursement, and we're gonna, they've given us an extension. Is that correct? But, you know, if this can't be done, and I doubt they'll give us another extension, and if those FEMA dollars go away, we don't have the money to pay for this particular project on its own. So I just think that we're setting up a dangerous precedent if this is the way you guys want to go. That's just my thoughts.
Well, Mr. Chair, as far as on consistency, I know that the attorney may feel that we have a long haul, but we could then revisit each and every one of those commitments that have been made so we can make it consistent. It will take a long period of time, but if all the leases and agreements are adjusted to 15 years, for the few that we need to change to get the right percentage to restore the beaches, and I don't think we're just doing this because we have FEMA money or available or a possibility. Doing this because it's the right thing to do. The beach is eroded, and it is a big challenge to get the dollars when we need them. And if it is eroded, why not try another option? Fall back, hit a flank, and then move forward again. And I think that perhaps maybe it might be an opportunity that people will reconsider or consider. We won't know unless we try.
But we've asked them like 3 times to reconsider and to consider. And one thing I do want to clarify is these aren't leases, they're easements.
Yes,
And that there's a difference
yes.
in that. So I think it's important to use the proper terms so people that are already concerned don't get more concerned. Secondly, most of our other projects include state funding because of the beach access and that type of thing. This project doesn't really include that particular aspect of funding because of its distance from public beach access. So I do think that that makes this project a bit more unique. But again, it's just my personal view that we should be consistent through our projects. I can understand, other commissioners' views on that, but I'm kind of to the point where this has gone on at a long time. And the last time we talked about this at commission, it was kind of like, okay, we'll give it another chance and see if we can get the extension and see if we can get a few more easements signed. But I think Commissioner Ehrman is asking, at what point do we have to make that tough decision of the project is moving forward or the project isn't? And how long are we going to try to seek out the number of easements necessary to make the project functionable? Or are we going to dilute our normal requirements in order to make this project happen? And I'm just not necessarily in favor of that, but that's just me. So I look forward to, other commissioners' comments.
Yeah, and I concur completely with Commissioner Adams' comments. I think we do need to be consistent. And I look at the perpetuity thing in a whole different light. Commissioner Fletcher, you're right. There's probably some folks here that aren't going to be here 25 years from now. And if I was one of them, I'd be looking at my resale value of the home. And if we go with the 15 years, now we're going to have some perpetual leases, but a whole bunch of 15-year leases. And if I'm a prospective buyer and I'm saying, well, can the county, keep doing beach renourishment? I'd say, well, maybe, but when all these 15-year leases expire, those owners may not renew, and then you can't do it. And then I would think, okay, if I'm the seller, I'd say, oh yeah, because the county has a perpetual lease. They can do beach renourishment anytime they need to. It's all good to go. I look at that as a positive. I think my resale value goes up because I can say, yeah, 100%, the county has the ability to put beach on the sand. If it's a 15-year deal, I'd say, well, I don't know. It depends if the guy renews or not. So I see it as a positive, as well as Commissioner Adams' comments on being consistent. I was the one that voted against continuing this 6 months ago, whenever the last time we looked at it. So, and there are the issues about public access. There is no public access. And some of the people that were here speaking in favor of it 6 months ago, I asked them, well, if I get in my truck, load up my cooler and my lawn chair and drive down to Sector 7, where can I park to have public access? And the answer was nowhere, because it's all private. So there is no public access. So, I think if I were these people and looking at the climatic weather conditions we're seeing now, I would say, yeah, I want some sand on my beach as soon as I can get it. And I think they should come around and sign the easement, and we can get this thing moving, despite all the other challenges that Vice Chair Ehrman outlined. But yeah, I'm ready to, give this up or down, but I'm not in favor of changing the easement conditions. Now, one question for Dylan. Dylan, is there any way to tighten up the easement so it would specifically be only to county vehicles or contractors working under a county contract and not be like a general public access easement?
So I'll start the answer to that question, which there are three aspects of the easement. One is basically sort of the construction side, which is obviously for the county to use to do any construction work to perform the project. Two, there's our ability to do beach or sea turtle monitoring. But the third aspect, which is really the sort of open to the public aspect, is designed to have preserve the public's ability to use the beach for traditional beach uses, walking, fishing, sunbathing, and the like. So that aspect of the easement actually is to the public at large for the sand, so that they can continue to utilize the beach in consistent use of how the beach has been preserved. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but there's kind of a public aspect to it and a sort of us construction part of it, if that makes sense.
So there's what? There's Round Island Park and South Beach Park are the only two public accesses. So if in my example, if I drive my truck down and park at Round Island, I can walk out on the beach. And then if I walk north towards Sector 7, as long as I'm below the mean high water line, I'm in generally considered publicly owned land. Would that be correct?
So if you're below the erosion control line or the mean high water line, whichever one technically governs, then that is the public area to walk. It's actually public property at that point.
Right, okay. And then above that, without an easement, would be getting into private property.
Well, it would be private property regardless of whether there's easement or not. What the easement does is then grant public rights to utilize the private property.
Okay. Now, unlike other beach areas where there is significant public access, Sector 7 has virtually never had public access. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. There really is no public access point in the Sector 7 area.
So there is no historic use or anything like that by the public?
So from the standpoint of demonstrating, for instance, the customary use of the beach, I would certainly, from a legal standpoint, argue that anyone in the area utilizing the beach for those traditional uses demonstrates a public's use. My understanding is that DEP, from their funding standpoint, defines public access in a different way with regards to the ability of the general public at large to get to an area.
So I'm just thinking, how can we accomplish our needs of having construction access and sea turtle access and have a perpetual easement, but alleviate some concerns of the property owners? And if we eliminate the third clause about customary public use and just make it strictly a construction and sea turtle monitoring access, can we do that? And then therefore, if the property owner sees, a bunch of college kids have now set up camp in his backyard, he would be able to call the sheriff and ask them to be moved down below the mean high water line.
So the issue of adding the public use issue into these easements, which started several years ago, was really predicated upon when the Florida legislature changed the Florida statutes to kind of create or address this issue of public's ability to utilize the sand landward of the mean high water line. I know the statute was changed to make it harder, more difficult for local governments to help preserve the public's ability and right to utilize those beach areas. And I think that sparked a wave at that time to have people put up fences or barriers along the beach. I think that actually is what happened here in Indian River County, which has led to a lawsuit that we are involved in with regards to trying to preserve the public's use of the beach. Certainly it's a policy decision of the board to decide to walk away from that protection, but I think I think that was the board's policy and certainly our belief that the best way to preserve the public's use of the beach is to lock up these easements now so that we don't have these barriers and fences on the beach in the future.
Oh, okay, and I understand that, I guess. I'm just thinking, we won't ever get state funding for this project because there's no public access. And so, do we really have to meet a public access criteria? I mean, I'd be fine turning down the $307,000 on a $12 million project if we can move this forward, but I'm just trying to find a way, can we still get our perpetual easement, but limit it to beach reconstruction and sea turtle monitoring and no general public access?
So and Jason may have a slightly different opinion about this. In my mind, and unfortunately I do admit I'm stepping a little bit into a more policy realm, I think I'd be more comfortable with modifying the duration of the easement to something like 20, 25 years than modifying the public's ability to utilize what was essentially a governmental funded beach renourishment project. But certainly that's more for the board and Mr. Brown to discuss.
Jason?
Yeah, I would say, and unless, if Public Works coastal staff disagrees with me, I would agree. I'd rather work on the duration. One of my concerns is down there in that area, you don't have I hop in my truck and take my cooler down and find the true public beach access. There, what I see as the public access is more commonly the person that might live 4 houses down from the ocean, that other person that lives in the moorings that doesn't have oceanfront property, that's got a deeded access to the beach, but without customary use, go down to the beach and stay below the mean high water mark. So in the college kid example, if those college kids are home and they live with mom and dad at 3 houses down from the beach, I believe that's customary public use of the beach. I just think it's also a policy discussion of if we're not providing some protection of public rights for this, it looks like putting millions of dollars in sand in people's backyards to me. So that's a policy decision. So what we're just trying to do is protect that. And I would say, yeah, I would prefer, in my mind, 25 years would be the number I would prefer, whatever the board thinks is appropriate. I could understand some difference there, but I think a long-term time period, but I'd prefer to work on the length of the easement rather than restricting that, because I think, it's a policy question of why are we putting sand in somebody's backyard? And in my mind, there's storm protection, there's the benefit of the whole beach, but one of the key things is also the public has historically had some access to it, walking down the beach, in the customary use as it is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Spirica?
Commissioners, one thing I just want to bring to your attention is that we have 67% of the perpetual easements in Sector 7. Sectors 3 and 5 were successful in getting perpetual easements. So we have viable projects in 3 and 5 from here on out. Staff doesn't have to go out and get easements again and talk to people. Again, in Sector 7, we have 67% of the 90. We're only about 27 easements from 100. Okay, so my opinion is if we're going to go down this road, 25 years is the minimum. I would prefer, from a public works and operational standpoint, that we stay with the perpetual in Sector 7. We match what we have in 3 and 5. We don't open that door that I'm afraid that we're going to walk through in 3 and 5 by opening up this door in Sector 7. That's from an operational standpoint from my side of the world. If I need to go put sand on the beach in 25 years, I don't have to go through this again. Look at what we did, 15 years ago we got easements. That 15 years came and went, and we went through what we just did to get perpetual easements on all of our sectors. Again, we were successful in 3, we were successful in 5. We put, $50 million worth of sand on those beaches. Now we're in Sector 7. Again, 67% of perpetual easements in Sector 7. There's just some that we haven't been able to get. So we'll do whatever the board directs, of course, but I need you guys to understand that this is where we're at. These are the numbers from Public Works, the engineering side of the world. This is where we're at. We're close. We're not where we need to be in Sector 7, but we are close. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention so you had the most recent numbers of what we've been doing in all of our sectors.
And, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Fleischer.
and once again, Rich, the response with the requests have consistently been the perpetual agreement in the balance of those that we need. And they're strong. They're not, well, maybe we can work a few more and get to that 17%.
They're strong.
It's 3 years.
Perpetual easement. That's where we're at. We're at a standstill. That's why we're here. I'm just afraid, my opinion is I'm afraid we change it for this 17% or these easements that we don't have, we're gonna be backtracking. That's my opinion. May not happen, may happen, but that's my opinion of where we're going. We're so close. Why are we changing? Why would we want to change what we're doing and jeopardize all of the hard work that we've done in all of our sectors?
I just feel, Mr. Chair, that, well, we're in a deadlock, and we're retreating, no option. And I just don't think that the 17% is gonna ever be gained, as it stands now. What are you doing, a deadlock?
Before the board, Commissioner, and we'll do whatever we're directed to do. And
Just don't wanna stare at it.
So, Vice Chair Ehrman, I think we are kind of here at a deadlock. I kind of hear 2 here, and I hear 2 here. What you may wish to do is table your item and bring it back when we have a 5th commissioner and throw it up and see where the flag waves and go from there.
There you go.
Yeah, let me finish this off. I don't know if our chairman of the board or our vice chairman of the board wants to chime in on any of this, but I mean, I like the perpetual easement idea. I think it's the way to go. It's consistent with everybody, but again, understand if we don't get the FEMA or the FDEP funding, the project's dead. If we find out that the project costs more than we can afford, the project's dead. If we don't get the 90% on the easements, the project's dead. So it's just, this is why I'm asking, and I appreciate everybody's input. There are a lot of good ideas. I really liked your idea about maybe, I know the counselor's not crazy about, and the administrator's not crazy about changing the language, but I kind of, it might be worth looking at if it's something that can be done, because, you get these easements not for, it's not for public use. It is for construction. It is for turtle monitoring and stuff like that. So maybe that's something we can look at. Anything everything that we talked about up here, I'm going to take back to Beach and Shores, and under Beach and Shores is going to send it back to y'all if they deem necessary. So I don't know, Dave or Tuck.
Actually, let me have, Jason, did you have?
Jason's got something?
Yeah, to potentially throw out a different idea. Well, first off, I do want to say, we're talking about our policy of how we'll do this. I just want to reiterate that the side, we did get kind of a one-time $300,000 that was left on the table from the state, but this DEP's beach renourishment program basically says zero funding if there's no public access. So the state has made a policy decision. They're just not going to put money on these beaches. So our position is already much more friendly than that. But I will throw out something here, and it's something we have done before as a potential option that might be palatable to some of these folks that don't want to sign it. And what we have done before is if the property owner doesn't want to sign an easement, we can give them the option. I think it was paying for half the cost of half of our local cost of that. So we calculate that. It's an estimate. We probably need to work out the mechanics of how we do that and make sure that we get the right amount at the end of the day. But if we said, hey, if you want to pay for half the cost of the county's cost, then then we just need the temporary construction easement is what I think we've done then. So that's an option to consider. I don't know how many people, it's a pretty meaty number, but there might be some folks that I don't want to give the easement, but it kind of solves the policy question because they've got skin in the game. They've put in a portion of the cost for the beach in front of the property. So I just throw that out there as another potential option.
Mr. Chairman, I'm also willing to, if I can, get the county administrator to allow staff to help me with this, I'd be more than willing to have a community meeting down there on the South Beach area somewhere, if y'all think that would be a good idea. I don't see how that could hurt,
Sure.
to maybe say, hey, let's maybe clear up the misconception on the perpetual thing. I don't know. I mean, we're willing to try anything, and that's why I'm here, so.
But I'm glad you're picking this torch up and running with it, Vice Chairman Ehrman, so I think we do need to get a decision on this sooner than later, so. So my recommendation would be, I'm fine with Jason's recommendation. We have done that before. Maybe take that back and do your public meeting down there and throw that out and run up the flagpole, see where it goes, and then bring your item back at some point after that public meeting. Okay. Does anyone from the public wishes to comment on this, or David? Yeah. Come on up. Sir, you can come on up, sir. You can come up this podium. Good morning. Name and address, please.
My name is David Barney. I'm the current chairman of the Beach and Shore Preservation Advisory Committee. What Jason just proposed, I think, may not be doable because the way this project has already been permitted and designed. And due to the hard bottom at Sector 7, a feeder beach is what is going to be designed, which means the majority of the sand is going to be placed on the northern end of the project so that as erosion occurs, it moves the sand down south. We can't place as much sand on the southern end of the section, which is the more eroded section, as we're going to place on the northern end. That's just the DEP will not allow that. If we want to try to go to a cost share with the individual homeowners, each individual homeowner is going to want to know exactly how much sand is going to be placed in front of their house to do that. And the majority of the sand is going to be placed on the northern properties. The bad part about that is currently the reason that we have some of the perpetual easement problems are on the northern end, because they currently have over 100 feet of beach to the water. They already have a dune system and about 100 feet of beach. Their property is not eroded. They see absolutely no need for this project. So they are never probably going to sign the perpetual easements or any easement. So but
I think
trying to do a cost share, I don't believe that is the way to go on this.
So, David, my response to that would be, well, we're going to take the total cost divided by linear foot, and everybody pays the same amount per foot. So you may be getting different amount of sand, but you're getting the same level of protection. Is how I would pitch that.
You're going to see some pushback on that part.
But then, David, if they do, then we'll say, okay, we're not going to do it. Okay, I mean, we're busting our rear ends here to try to help the people in Sector 7. If they don't want to cooperate, fine. I voted before to walk away, and I can vote again today to walk away.
Okay,
So
the problem is we already have a permitted project.
I understand that. But we're not getting cooperation from the residents. So we can offer the cost share. If they turn that down, then we've done everything we can.
Okay, I would agree with that then. But I think he's opening up a can of worms that, as far as cost sharing.
Okay. Well, we have done it successfully in Sector 3, so it has worked.
Well, Sector 3 is a different design of beach, but
I understand that.
we can try that.
Okay.
And just to be clear, it would be an option. We wouldn't be switching everybody to a cost share, Dave. It would be for some that, if they won't sign the easement, we would provide that as an option. And like you said, that those folks at the north end, they may have no interest in that either, but just trying to find some other kind of potential solution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, David. Welcome. Your name and address, please, sir.
James Sullivan, 14041 North Indian River Drive. Appreciate your attention. Complicated problems a lot of times require complicated solutions, and now it's going into complexity. But I think that the residents affected by the replenishment need to realize that storm sweeps out the beach is swept out in perpetuity. So we're actually talking about perpetuity. And sometimes those things need to be stated because it's the obvious, and sometimes the obvious gets ignored. Owning a property that's affected by title activity and so on and so forth, I can understand and empathize with the concerns of the affected residents. The challenge is having it all. Having the environment protected, having private property rights protected, having the public interest protected, and threading the needle on that seems to be what has been an insurmountable challenge. I like what the administrator is offering because it creates cost sharing, because somebody's got to have skin in the game. If I can't have perpetuity, if I won't consent to perpetuity, then I have to pony up. And conceivably, for those who don't want to pony up in a cash, perhaps they can pony up in the form of a lien on their property that could be paid off upon the sale of their property, which to Mr. Fletcher's good observation was that would be after I'm gone. The 25-year easement is after I'm gone. So it's a non-easement. But conceivably, rather than cash, perhaps a lien could be part of the solution for some of the people who don't want to. I think that also the geographical proximity to the areas, again, this is complexity, but the people who are least affected in the northern part versus the southern part create a sliding scale where people pony up less based on proximity to their enjoyment for the beach and their view sheds and whatever they want to enjoy. Certainly it sounds to me, this is my first time hearing you good people debate about this, and it certainly sounds like it's been a challenge. So so I'm not certainly voicing as a citizen that I have some kind of golden idea, but I think that the needle sounds to me like it's got to be threaded that where people won't give up perpetuity, then they've got to give up cash, and they've got to give it in some way, either in a lien on their property or something, because the good people of this county are ponying up money. If they don't, it sounds to me as if the committee and if this commission does not pony up the $5.9 million to do the project? 5.8. Más o menos. Then they just leave their beach at vulnerability to be swept away in perpetuity. And it could happen. And then your property value goes down and your problem didn't get solved. So I appreciate your attention to it, and I think that some of these creative ideas inching toward these things that Mr. Brown is offering have to be considered by the property owners. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Good morning, welcome. Name and address, please.
Tuck Farrell, 10890 Highway A1A. I'm on the Beaches and Shores Committee also. And Dave made a good explanation of a lot of what's going on. The big problem out there is hard bottom, where there's been erosion over years, and now we've waited to this point. And there's the feeder beach situation. We can put sand in one place. We can't put sand all along the other place because it's so restrictive there. There's not much room. And it's a difficult situation. I read over all the reports, and it lists all these thousands of fish. I think the fish move, so they talk about maybe sponges. Well, I've been diving out there for years, and not at that location, but other areas. And I live in Sector 3. And I do appreciate what the county's done. I mean, we are Vero Beach, and the county's been so responsive. You guys have tried to help people. And it helps the public, too, to keep the beach in good condition. And I think that's a wonderful thing that's happening in this county, is we're trying to preserve things. It's been difficult in Section 7 because we worked hard in other sectors and we got cooperation. And there's just holdouts mainly on the north end of the situation, as Dave described, where those people have a wider beach. I wish we could have a community effort and we could get all the people together in Sector 7 and they think about their neighbors. You know, we should think of a neighborhood And the other thing we need to think about, I think, in this whole scenario that people may have forgotten in Sector 7, and I speak to those people right now, there's things like the dune, protecting the dune, and protecting our our insurance rates. If houses start falling in the ocean, it's not good. You know, if you have erosion, I just speak to the people in Sector 7, you know, please try to get together and help us work this thing out, or it goes away. But protecting the dune is so important. It's a barrier island, and the barrier island part is the dune up there. And a lot of the houses to the west of the beach are lower in elevation. Usually the dune is higher in a lot of the houses up there, but when you get to the moorings and the other houses down there, they're lower in elevation. It's not a good idea to have washovers. So I wish the people in Sector 7 would really try to get together and think about things. And it's a tough situation because people work to get these easements in perpetuity. And then there's the issue, the beach issue, that I think everybody has explained. But it's hard to get these signatures, and I don't know what the answer is, but I wish people would rethink and try to get together as a community and do something so we can make a decision here. But we don't have enough signatures, and it doesn't make the project feasible, and we need a feasible project to do it, or we just probably don't do it because it's not feasible. Because the public works people, you know, said that we just can't do it if we don't get near that 90%. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuck. Anyone else from the public? So, Vice Chairman Urban, I think to wrap this up, go ahead, and if you'd like to have a meeting with the residents down there and explain some of the concepts we talked about, and then bring your agenda item back at a point where we have a full board, and we'll see what you do with it.
Glad to do that, and also, like I said, this is just a discussion I want to have, and I appreciate everybody's input. It was all good input, and from the public also. And we'll bring this back to the Beach and Shore and let them hash it out, and any recommendations will come back to the board. So I appreciate everybody's time on thoughts on this. Thank you very much.
Great. Commissioners, before we jump into public items, we have our new emergency service chief here in the back, and there's one item under emergency services that I think he's sticking around for. So if you all wouldn't mind, if we could move up item 15A3 and hear that now. And this is approval of a memorandum of agreement between the Florida Department of Health, Indian River Health Department, and Indian River County Emergency Services District to provide routine immigration services. Immunization services, I'm sorry. I had you doing something different, Chief.
I was confused.
Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, welcome.
Did you see him hesitate?
Yeah.
We need to introduce our new emergency services.
Well, that's partly why I called him up here, yeah. So Chief Johnson, you want to say a word at your new position, or just move right in?
I'll move right in.
Okay.
Yes, this is just putting our agreement with the health department into writing. It was a handshake agreement to fulfill our contractual agreement with our IAFF on the immunizations we give on a routine basis. It is funded through the budget, so if you have any questions, I'm here for your pleasure.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fletcher, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. Any discussion? Any comment from the public? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Chief, you got your first 4-0. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And with the board's discretion, I'd like to say a couple things.
Absolutely,
about Chief
please.
Johnson. You know, as you know, Chief Stone retired last month, and Chief Johnson is now the Emergency Services Director, and I think he's been with us for a long time, got a lot of respect from the folks in the field, which is tremendously important in the fire rescue business. Happy to have Dave as the Emergency Services Director. I think he's going to do a tremendous job, and so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, Chief.
Just one thing, September 11th is coming up. We're having the event on September 10th, 8 o'clock at the park.
That's the tunnel to towers run? Okay, very good.
More information as we get closer.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. Commissioners, also neglected, we have a couple guests here this morning. We have Sebastian City Councilman Bob McPartland is in the audience. Bob, good morning. Thank you for being here. We have Sebastian City Manager Paul Carlisle here. Paul, thank you for being here. And we have our new Public Information and Government Liaison, Kathy Copeland, is here. Kathy, stand up and let everybody see you so they know who you are. There you go. All right. So, and Commissioners, I think before we dive into all the public works and stuff, or public meetings and hearings, we're going to take a short.
Actually, if we could, just to wrap up the Emergency Services District, probably just want to get those minutes done so it's all done together.
Chair, move approval for the emergency service minutes.
Motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams. All in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? Those minutes pass 4-0.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a short break. We'll be back here at 10:30. Go ahead and call the meeting back to order. For those of you struggling to keep up, we're going back to public items now. That may include the clerk as well. So public hearings, item 10A1, John Jelby's request for abandonment of a 30-foot wide unimproved unnamed right-of-way west of lots 40 to 43 in SP subdivision. And Mr. Ryan Sweeney, I believe, is going to kick this off. Good morning, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're live here. For the record, Ryan Sweeney, Chief of Current Development. I'm here to introduce one of our newer senior planners, Brandon Cragen, and he's going to present the item, and then it is a public hearing, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Brandon. Welcome.
Alrighty. Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. Before you today is the Jelby right-of-way abandonment. The area to be abandoned is located west of US Highway 1, east of Old Dixie Highway. It's in close proximity to the Vero Beach Municipal Airport. The portion of property to be abandoned is approximately 30 feet in width. All reviewing departments have reviewed and recommended approval of abandonment. There are no county roadway or access is needed to the surrounding properties. No easements will be required. I'd also like to note that the applicant has also coordinated to purchase the county-owned parcel that is directly abutting the western portion of this abandonment. Staff recommends that the Board of County Commissions approve the abandonment as requested. I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions for Brandon, commissioners? Seeing none, go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone here from the public that wishes to comment on the item before us? Seeing none and having allowed ample opportunity for comment, commissioners, your preference?
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 4-0. All right, Ryan, you're on a roll, or Brandon, you're on a roll now. We'll see.
You just jinxed you, didn't
10A2, Coalition for Attainable Home, Inc., request for abandonment of the west 30 feet of the 130-foot wide, 100-foot long segment of 32nd Avenue right-of-way, east of Lot 21 in the Reedwood subdivision. And Brandon, welcome again.
All right, once again, good morning, Chairman and members of the Commission. Before you today is the Cfah Triplex right-of-way abandonment. The property is located south of 43rd Street and west of 32nd Avenue. The area to be abandoned is approximately 30 feet in width. All reviewing departments have reviewed and recommended approval of the abandonment. It's not needed for any county roadway or access to any surrounding properties, and no easements are required. Staff recommends that the Board of County Commissions approve the request as presented. I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Commissioners, any questions of Brandon? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment on the item before us?
Julianne doesn't want to say anything?
I'm looking at them. They're okay.
Good.
All right, seeing none and having provided ample opportunity, we close the public hearing. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Flesher, and I'm going to give the second to Commissioner Adams. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed?
She beat me to it.
Yep, that carries 4-0. Brandon, outstanding day, 2 4-0s. Good job.
Wow.
See you guys next time.
We now go to public discussion items. We have 10B1, request to speak from Aaron Deedy, RIA commercial property assessed clean energy. Good morning and welcome. If you could just give your name and address for the record, please.
Aaron Deedy, my address, business address is 54.5 Southeast 6th Avenue, Delray Beach, Florida, 33483. Commissioner, your discussion on your Collegiate Spirit Day made me laugh because my house is equally divided between hurricanes and the so-called gators. So
Is that why your address was something half? You only get half the house, and that really is divided.
no, I'm on the back side of the property, so I get the esteemed designation of the half. But I do have a quick presentation for you today. Thank you for the clicker. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Way here. Which one do I? Sorry, apologize. Sure. Yeah, it's pretty quick. As mentioned, my name is Erin Dady. I'm here to talk to you today about commercial PACE. Making that distinction right up front that we are not here today to talk about the residential PACE program. Florida's PACE statute was enacted in 2010 by the Florida legislature. It creates a voluntary financing program, meaning that only property owners that want to seek that type of financing and participate in the program are assessed. It can be used for new construction or improvement projects on existing facilities. The types of improvements that the statute allows to be financed through the program are energy efficiency, renewable energy, and wind resistance. And by far, the market has shown us that energy efficiency is typically the highest amount of improvements that we see with people that participate in the program, followed by wind resistance and then renewable energy. Repayment of the financing is through the tax bill, and that tax bill is levied and collected through the uniform system that the county tax collectors set up. The terms of the financing are generally tied to the useful life of the improvements. For example, we don't finance an air conditioning unit for 30 years. That wouldn't make sense. The term of the financing is tied to those improvements. And there are 4 multi-jurisdictional PACE programs operating within the state of Florida right now. Next slide. And so the benefits to the local community are going to be dependent on the robustness of the program, the scope of the program, how many people participate in the program, but the benefits typically accrue to the building property owners. They can reduce people's operating costs. They can reduce their insurance costs if they're wind resistance improvements and if they're done appropriately. For the government is not putting the financing out there on the street. We are simply using the tax bill by statute to levy and collect the financing and return it to the financing entity. Next slide. And so commercial property owners in particular like PACE because they use it as part of their development financing for new construction, or they use it as a tool to retrofit their existing buildings and facilities. They have longer financing terms with this type of financing. Interest rates are based on the scope of the improvements and the selected repayment term. It can cover up to 100% of the financing costs of the project, and it has the potential to reduce utility bills and realize property savings. Again, that is dependent on the scope of the projects, which is determined by the property owner. And it can be combined with other financing incentives and tools at the utility, local, or federal program level. Next slide. You can just keep clicking through until the end of this, but these are the steps in the process. Generally, what happens is the local government passes a resolution or passes an ordinance authorizing the creation of the program. At the same time, after the program is launched, the property owner finds out about PACE and says, hey, I've got improvements that I may want to particularly finance through this program. They will then execute a set of financing documents, a financing agreement. Then the project will take place, the permits are undertaken, the project is commenced. Step 4 is the tax collector will then levy the assessment on the tax bill, and then the property owner will pay it back on their next tax bill. Then the funds are returned back to the financing entity. Next slide. And so this is how CPACE could play out in Indian River County. There are 4 PACE programs that are active in Florida right now. And so Indian River could join all 4 of those programs, or Indian River County could join one of those programs. For one of the programs already, there is an agreement executed with the tax collector's office. That's the program that I'm working with, which is the Florida Green Financing Authority. It's listed number 1 on the slide there. So far, I did poll my other colleagues within the PACE programs, and they told me collectively there have been about 7 inquiries for commercial PACE financing within Indian River County. And at least one provider has a project ready to go today, and you will hear from that entity. I think he has a public comment card in. And if you launched all 4 of the PACE programs, this is not something like residential where there would be hundreds of assessments right away. If you launched all 4 of the programs, we would estimate really optimistically that there would be 10 to 20 projects in a year. And so I want to make some distinctions with commercial PACE. I'm about to close out. This is my next to the last slide. But commercial properties utilizing PACE, typically there is a longer time frame with which the property owner is doing their due diligence on this financing. The property owners are more sophisticated. It takes longer to close these transactions. And a lot of times, commercial property owners, if they already have a commercial mortgage on the property, if they're going to place any kind of assessment or lien on the property, they would have to get consent of that original mortgage lender. I am aware that there has been some correspondence from the financial industry. I'd just like to take one brief moment and respond to some of that. Regarding the scope of the improvements and whether or not it increases the property value, there are many reasons that a property owner may want to undertake PACE. One example is, if we recall, post-Hurricane Irma in 2017, Governor Scott passed an executive order requiring nursing homes to provide a certain level of cooling within their facilities after these types of emergencies. For instance, there may be a nursing home that wants to comply with that and utilize PACE financing to provide that mechanism. That's not something that's necessarily going to reduce their cooling costs or their utility costs, but there's a public policy reason why PACE financing may be a good thing to do. Again, we're only asking for commercial PACE authorization. Many of the PACE entities that have been doing commercial PACE have only done commercial PACE, so there's not been a shift from residential to commercial. The PACE entity that I work with has only ever done commercial PACE. They've usually done, they have a lot of underwriting criteria associated with it, and the commenter has suggested that requiring lender consent, if there is an existing mortgage lender on the property, getting the consent of that mortgage lender is a good thing. And we agree with that. That is probably the ultimate consumer protection that you can have in place for property owners. If the deal's not good, the existing lender is never going to sign off on it. So we are actually in agreement. The provider that I work with is in agreement with that policy. Last slide. And so we are asking you to consider 2 options. One option would be to launch all 4 of the PACE programs. There would be a resolution that would allow that to occur. You would execute interlocal agreements with all 4 of the programs, and you'd need 3 additional tax collector agreements. Or Indian River County has the option, because there is a deal that is really hot and ready to go in Indian River County, you could execute a program with just that one PACE provider to allow that project to happen. And then if there are other projects that come on down the line, they could come in front of you and talk to you, and you could potentially launch something else on down the line. But immediately, we are requesting at least the launch of that one program because there is a project ready to go. Last slide is my contact information, and I will go ahead and stand down. I think you have some public comments.
Well, just, Aaron, before you go, Commissioners, any questions of Ms. Deedy? So, Aaron, one comment. I've talked to some of our local bankers, and their concern has been that if they have a commercial loan and then a PACE loan comes in, that the loan to value ratio might be too high or something like that. So just as an example, let's say a commercial bank has made a loan of 80% of the building value, and then the owner says, well, hey, I'm going to get a PACE loan, and that takes it up to 95% of the building value. And I think that's where the banks get worried that the outstanding loan amount is too high as a percentage of the building value. So the clause where the commercial lender has to sign off and give consent would provide them that protection. So if they have an 80% loan and a PACE application comes to them, they would say, no, our underwriting, 80% is the max. We don't want to have anything go over that, so we won't sign off. Or if the loan has been partially paid down and the outstanding balance is 70% of the building value, they could say, well, we will allow a PACE loan up to 80% of the value of the property. Is that kind of how that would work?
That's exactly right. That's why you would invoke lender consent as a condition, and I have provided some example language to your county attorney on that. But that would be a condition that you could put into your resolution, that any commercial PACE projects within your jurisdiction do require that lender consent.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yes.
So is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak? Yes, sir, come on up. If you would give your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
My name is Troy Cox. I'm the co-founder of Certis Senior Living. We are located about 3 miles up at 5380 US Highway 1, right behind the CVS, across from the Publix. You guys approved our project. Thank you. We have 46 residents right now. We're working towards stabilization. It is also our corporate headquarters for the whole state. We're only in the state of Florida. What we do is we provide housing for people that don't remember, like people who have Alzheimer's or dementia. We also provide a daily living experience. We don't park them in front of the TV. We don't play bingo. I don't like bingo. Like, people don't like bingo, right? So it's a real engagement. It's a real life-changing social impact thing that we do. We also make money, right? Our job is to make money. We're for profit. If you don't earn a profit, you can't continue your mission. We're building, this is number 4. We're building number 5 in Conroy Windermere in Orlando, which is Orange County. That was just approved for PACE. We closed on that one. We also closed on PACE in Waterford Lakes, which is also Orange County. Also closed in PACE in Orange City, the city of Orange City in Volusia, and Mount Dora, which is in Lake County. I've been doing real estate for 30 years, institutional, for pension funds, Prudential. Like, this is what I do on my side of the business. I use this CPACE to reduce the cost of capital. Most people think about reducing expenses and you reduce landscaping or whatever, but the cost of capital, how much I pay for my money, right? That's an expensive. If I don't keep that low, then I have to raise rents. I can raise rents every 60 days, but that's not our mission, right? Our mission isn't to be the Wall Street people that are taking everybody's money. So this is really important to us to help keep our costs low and to keep them low. I never built any building to qualify for PACE. I built buildings because I'm a developer, owner, and a long-term hold. I'm not a merchant builder. We're a high net worth family office. So this is a smart thing that we're doing for the capital stack to be able to use the money in an efficient way. They're also fixed for long-term. The rates are fixed, which made me look maybe not so smart the last couple of years, but now I'm much smarter. I'm much smarter. So I've appreciated all the people that have helped us get that. I'm asking you for approval for this particular project. I've closed with Florida Green. I've also closed with Fred. So I'm very experienced in this. I understand what it takes. With regard to, can I answer your question that you asked her?
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay, so you guys just put in your document, requires 10-day notice to the lender. That protects the lender to make sure they get notice. But by the way, if the borrower gets PACE without the lender's permission, they're in default. They're not allowed to do it legally anyway. Some banks, it sounds like yours, hate PACE. They just hate it. They don't like it. They don't like being not the senior lender. They don't like being, because now they're just the first mortgage. It's like real estate taxes, but it's assessment, so it preempts them. Some lenders don't care. They understand that only the amount of debt service that's due this year preempts them. It never accelerates, so there's no acceleration clause. It just gets sold off like a bond. For people that understand commercial real estate and that people that are trying to minimize their cost on the capital stack, it's a very valuable tool, and it will help me continue to help people here in Indian River County and in Vero Beach, and help their families, which we have a great social impact. Like I said, please come and visit us. And by the way, our food is great. Everybody says their food is great. They're lying. I actually eat their food. Please come. I'll buy you lunch. I'll pay whatever. It's free. When you walk in, you'll say, "Oh my gosh, I've never seen anything like this." That's what everyone says, whether they're in the industry or not. So please help us. Please approve our project at least. I would approve the other ones too, but just don't hold them up. In Orange County, they tried to approve all 4 of them at the same time, and some of the other ones aren't as agreeable as Florida Green. They have different things, and they try to put liabilities on you. Florida Green puts the liability on me, but that's better for you. So please help.
Just 2 things. One is your building's fairly new. You just completed it 3 years ago, or?
Yes.
So will the PACE loan, is that going to be for additional energy efficiencies, or?
No, I already qualify for energy efficiencies. Generally, I build the building first, and I'm able to recapitalize after, right? So I don't have to go through the pain and suffering of all the draws and the additional layers of approvals and things for the draws. I just fund all of that money myself. When I say myself, as the group.
And then the PACE loan will be used to?
Repay that equity.
To repay the
For example,
initial capital?
Yeah, for example, at Waterford Lakes in Orlando, we didn't even take a loan. We just funded the full price. Here, we funded a little bit with a loan, and then I already have lender approval, by the way, under this current loan. So,
and then I know you mentioned notice to the lender, but Ms. Dede said that the wording would include the consent of the lender, and
Yes.
you're okay with that as well?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And every lender should consent, and if they don't, the borrower will be in violation of their covenant. No lender's gonna make a loan that says you can preempt me.
Yeah,
Right,
okay.
that's why they're, yeah, so.
Okay.
That concern is a concern, but it's from somebody who doesn't understand PACE yet, and I'd be happy to talk to them or anybody. And I have a unique perspective because I'm not selling anything, right? I'm actually using the product for what it's for.
Right.
And I've also, again, done it with 2 different providers. I'm working with Inland in Port St. Lucie under Self. I'm working with them. They'll be down on the 23rd. That project will start probably in May. And then I'm trying to start Boynton Beach, which is in Jog Road in Woolbright. That will also have PACE already included. Palm Beach County's already approved it, so.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Dylan?
So 2 things. First off, and this is kind of a procedural issue, we typically don't allow folks to speak on items that are public comment items, but since this one's tied to Commissioner Adams's item, I assume that that's why we were allowing the additional speaker comments. Second, I heard you say 10 days. I saw in the Orange County version that there was a 30-day consent period.
We did 30, and that's, I think that's kind of onerous, but pick 30, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand to the extent my board gets to a voting position point. I just wanted them to understand you had said 10, Orange County said 30, and we will go from there. So thank you.
As a borrower, I prefer 10. One thing I would suggest is that you reach out to the city manager at Orange City. She's a smaller jurisdiction. She did all the research. She did crazy research about how many counties had approved and how many things had gone through. She was very diligent. I would be happy to provide her information, or you can just look her up, but she was amazing, so.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing else?
Sir, I do have one question. This isn't, you're not like adding on to the building or anything, you're just use this to recover the debt, pay on the debt that you,
Yes,
that
yeah,
you
but
have.
I already did everything that complied. I already did everything that complied. I already built it in advance in anticipation of using PACE. I just skipped the PACE construction draw process. I'm doing the PACE construction draw process at Dr. Phillips. I'm doing that. That one's with Fred, but these guys are really good too.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Earlier, I was led to believe, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that Counselor said that this is something that is up the road, that we're needing to do it now,
Yes, please.
but for a banking instrumentality, right? Not
Again?
for the project. The project is already approved and encumbered and.
The project is open. Yeah, we've been open a year, yeah. But the whole intent, my whole intent was to use PACE financing just like I always have. The only one I've built from scratch is the one that I'm doing now, which is Dr. Phillips. But the other 3 have always been post-closing because it's allowed. And it helps me keep the rents down for our residents. to lower cost of capital. It's also long-term, 25 years or 15 years. Not in perpetuity like your beach thing, but, but 15 or
Thanks for tying that
25, I
in.
know that rings with you.
Yeah.
I was listening.
No, I was just I guess I assumed that this was a project going forward, but it's completed.
Well, it's completed, but it's a project that goes
So this is
forward every day.
basically a banking instrumentality.
Excuse me?
This is just debt reduction.
It's not debt reduction, it's cost reduction of capital. I'm lowering the cost. I'm also fixing it for long-term, 15 to 25 years. My current debt is only 3 years. So I'm actually fixing and securing a low cost of capital that helps me keep rents down for my residents.
Okay? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Urban?
I do have one more question for you.
Yes, sir. Anything.
I understand cost of capital, you're reducing your cost of capital. What's the advantage of CPACE versus another traditional lender on this?
Long-term fixed. And the other issue is, and we were talking about this with regard to banking, right, the bankers. Some bankers like it, some people don't. The bankers that like it count only the initial debt service, and they have a very, very low, they count it as a very, very low leverage, right? Because they only count the part that's due, the part that actually preempts them. Other bankers, like the guy, I guess whoever you guys are referring to, they count it as in front of them and part of the capital stack, and they don't like it because they think that they're pushed up the capital stack more like a mezz lender or some other lender. But, you know, that's just up to the additional borrower, the lending institution. If they don't like it, don't loan on it. If they don't like it, pay me off, right? One of my goals, further capital reduction, is HUD 232 lien. HUD 232 lien is a federal program that fixes for 40 years, and its cost of capital is like 3%, not 6%. So, excuse me. So in getting the CPACE, I'm having the optionality of maintaining 25-year fixed rates, and then eventually, when I want to, there's a prepayment penalty, but it's only a few points, so you can get out of it. If you don't want it, you want to redo the capital stack, if you want to sell debt-free, it's very valuable as a tool to manage the capital stack. And if they're informed borrowers, which most of the commercials are. Residential, not so much, but commercial for sure. So please.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Welcome. Your name and address for the record, please.
Eddie Metzger with Wide Green Energy Fund, Director of Government Relations. So a few things, and I heard about this late last night, the lender consent aspect, so I'd like to go in that. Initially, I came up here, we support the project that they're working on, single district. Obviously, we'd rather all 4 districts. We work under the Green Corridor, which is a separate district. But lender consent is a much, much bigger issue, specifically in Florida. Currently, I believe one county, Orange County, has lender consent. I believe our district and another chose not to pursue that. Lender consent does not work. It was more created in residential to get rid of residential PACE. I'm here strictly for CPACE. It also gets rid of smaller scale, mid-scale CPACE. CPACE on the large scale, you're working big developers, we've heard about it. You mix it in with the rest of your portfolio funding. Obviously, the banks want it at that point because that's the gap financing that's letting these deals go through. Lender consent works great. We do a lot of small, mid-scale, 200 less. We're helping small mom and pop's roofs get put on maybe a blighted manufacturing plant. They don't want to hit their credit. They don't want to put money down. They want to use that money operationally on new cabinets or whatever they want to do. We're able to do that. Now, let's say you ask a bank, hey, I want to use some of my equity to go and purchase a roof, lower my roofing insurance or, property insurance, and everybody's a winner. No, we're not going to let you do that. But what I can do for you is give you a higher interest rate, shorter terms. You got to put some money down. It's anti-free market at best. Who here, when, we're all sitting around our dinner table, our houses are all a little bit more than they were 2 years ago, says, how much equity, have you made in the last couple of years? You tell them, oh, I want this much equity. Do you say it's the bank's equity? No, that's your equity. At sale, you get rid of that equity. Good point with the 1 year in arrears. back in the day, Pace had some problems with the carryovers. Nowadays, that, especially in commercial, either take care of that at closing, or it's a business professionals taking care of it through that transaction, right? You know what you're getting yourself into, or you're paying with your own equity. Again, not the bank's equity, your equity. Do you call, you know, you have a Nissan and you're going to buy a Ford and say, Nissan, is it cool if I go buy a Ford? No, we're financiers. The banks are financiers. So we like not to get in this food fight. I would ask you, and I can talk a little bit more, but ask you, you know, if we don't want to get involved in this food fight and you decide to do the single project, just leave lender consent out of it. It's just bad precedent for the rest of the state to where, you know, this happened in Hendry. They ended up not doing it. This happened, we were talked about in Charlotte. They're not doing it in Charlotte. So, I mean, it continues to be something that is more of a banks against us situation, and we took care of this at the state level, and you brought it up about the 20%. Past 20%, we have to get approval. We have to get consent, not just the notification. You're correct on the 30 days. Within 30 days, we can do it sooner. So moving forward, you know, my first request behind this guy, we love the free market approach to letting all 4 districts in, lower rates. We don't do a lot of projects, right? 10 to 20. On the small scale, we can probably do 20 to 40. It's for people who need it. It's a small tool. We don't want to eat into local banks. We want to all work together. We're not taking out, you know, multi-trillion-dollar banking industry. We do what they, you know, in a second, what, you know, in a year, what they do in a 0.1 second. So, you know, we would ask for a more free market approach, letting all 4 districts in, letting us compete a bit. And bring those rates down to help, you know, your mom and pops, you know, commercial properties, you know, reducing those tenants' rent, and also helping out the larger scale, you know, economic development tools, bringing in 500 jobs and money to the district. And quite honestly, if you don't have a long-term program, you know, Okeechobee has CPACE, Palm Beach has CPACE, Brevard has CPACE. So those are all areas where their EDCs are able to use the program as a tool to bring in some of those larger manufacturing plants that you would not. So, and then, you know, if you do decide not to let in the other districts, just the one for the one project, please just, you know, can we keep lender consent out of it?
Okay. Any questions?
I do.
Questioner?
The CPACE loan, is it true the CPACE loan follows the property and supersedes the mortgage holder?
CPACE loan is in first possession.
The CPACE loan, it follows the property, and does it supersede the first mortgage or the mortgage holder?
So ultimately, you know, it could follow the property. Usually it's paid for out of equity at sale. But again, that's up to the business. You know, if the sale is happening, that's up to them to use as anything else. You know, let's say there was a HELOC or whatever it is, they would have to negotiate that at sale.
Does the CPACE lender, do they keep it on their books, or these typically, is that a question you can, or do they typically sell the loans, or the loans sold?
Do we keep it on our book?
I mean, are y'all the direct lender? Do you move it like, I know people can get a home mortgage from lender A, and then lender A 6 months from sells it to Omaha Bank or something like that. Do these loans stay with the original CPACE lender?
Come on up, please, Mr. Cox.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand the question, Aaron. They seem to have it.
Maybe I'm not asking it right. This is new to me. Is it new to a lot of people?
So generally, it's sold off as a bond. So they originate it, they sell it out through some bond holding, and it goes somewhere else. Depends on who retains the servicing. Stonehill with Fred retains the servicing. Florida Green, they retain the servicing also. So it's a fee position for them too. But it's a bond. They sell it out. So they don't hold it on their books. They do originate and fund it, though. And then with regard to your talk about does it continue, yes, it's on the deed. It shows on the tax bill. It generally has a prepayment, mine do anyway, have a prepayment penalty, right? A fee, so you can pay it off any time. And ratchets down over time. So if I wanted to sell and the buyer didn't want to buy it, then somebody's got to pay that penalty, and it just gets negotiated in. So, but it can't, I don't even have to provide notice to the bondholders. I can just sell. Actually, I do provide notice. I think it's 10 days after or something. But I can just do the transaction and say, hey, by the way, you know, I sold, right? But the bondholders are, they follow the real estate taxes, is all they follow. And if you don't pay them, they get bonded like real estate taxes. They get sold out for the whatever those are, those bonds. But anyway, they don't hold them. I mean, maybe you guys do, but I don't think anybody does.
Sorry. Appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't know where you're going there. But yeah, that's it. Correct.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Welcome, your name and address for record, please.
Good morning. My name is Frank Lardino. My address is 21 Sovereign Way in Hutchinson Island, Florida, just down the road from you. I just wanted to come up and make some comments in support of the CPACE program. I own a small FINRA broker-dealer that raises capital for businesses, which includes also real estate. And I'm working with a gentleman, his name's Richard Palmieri. He's a architect for the past 30 plus years, a Marine vet, and he is doing affordable senior housing for veterans and for individuals in multifamily. And we do not have any projects in your county right now. We are working right now in St. Lucie County on 2 projects. But what we have is we have a modular building system where we can build everything's 30 to 40% faster, cheaper, better insulated, so it can meet all the CPACE requirements. And we just wanted to come today to ask for your support for this program, because I think all of us realize, and we've probably seen in the past 18 months, that Florida has gone from a very, well, relatively affordable place to live to be a very expensive place now to live. And we're seeing people in Vero Beach, Boynton Beach, all throughout the state, Port St. Lucie, where they may live in an apartment, multi-family dwelling, and they were paying $1,600 a month on their rent, and the landlord, the lease comes up and now they have $2,600 a month they have to pay, and they can't afford it. So they're either moving out of the state, they have no place to live. Some have even become homeless, and this situation for seniors is just as serious as, you know, families and everyone up and down the economic strata. So one of the things we're going to try to do with what, you know, our systems is to build more affordable housing for people. And the CPACE program, I believe, can help a lot. So I came to offer my support to CPACE.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and turn this over to Commissioner Adams.
Sure. So I just brought this item because I know that there is a time constraint with this particular project. So I wanted to be able to go ahead and have the conversation about what the commissioner may, or the commission may or may not be comfortable with doing. This has come up, this has come before us in the past from, at that time, I believe it was a hotelier, the last time it came up. Since then, we have new commissioners that weren't here at that point. So, you know, for me, I know this has been available in the city of Fellsmere for many years. We have had some people take advantage of it. It hasn't been a problem. Most of those businesses have mortgages, so it's just really, it's not, it doesn't seem to have been as big of an issue as it's being made by some of the comments today. I look at this as a tool in the toolbox for economic development and for businesses. If they want to take advantage of it, they certainly can. Nobody is forcing people to take advantage of it. And I think through that process, at least my experience with it, because we did go through the PACE project or process for Marsh Landing, we ultimately did not pursue or close a loan, but we went through that initial process, and so I am familiar with that. It's pretty upfront. There's lots of meetings and discussions. You know, I kind of feel like some of the discussion here today is we are trying to save businesses from themselves, but I don't, you know, I don't really view that as our role. I view it as our role to give people options, and this is a program that can be an option. It's not for everybody. People will utilize it for different things. I know businesses and residents, and this is not the residential program, which is completely different. I completely understand that, but I do know residential homeowners and businesses that have used it to retrofit, whether it's lighting or really a big thing is air conditioning units, and commercial buildings are, for their very large pieces of equipment, but because they're so large, they're very expensive. And to get something, you know, to put that money out as a business can be very onerous. And so you put it off, and then the next thing you know, you have an emergency. So this is a funding option for that. Those types of things, you can't go down to, you know, your local bank and ask them for a loan for an AC unit. It just doesn't work that way. So this gives that option. You know, you guys know where I was last time on this. I'm at the same place this time, but I did want to give the opportunity to have the discussion, to see where everybody else was on this. And again, I think if our businesses continue to come to us asking us to give them the opportunity to participate in programs, then it is incumbent upon us to allow them to do that. I mean, to me, I don't even understand why we have to okay it, but that's a whole separate issue. That's just where we are, and that's why I have the agenda item. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have been a proponent of PACE previously myself, although I do understand some of our local banks' concerns, because I think the PACE loans have a much lower underwriting cost than a commercial bank, since basically the PACE loan is automatically secured through the property assessment. So I'm fairly confident that there's a lot lower underwriting cost involved there. And what I would like to see happen is, you know, I'm fully supportive of moving forward with just the sole memorandum for the particular project in front of us. I'm very convinced that the applicant is financially aware and astute enough to know, you know, which checkbook he's going to be writing checks out of and things like that. And I think as long as the Florida Green Finance Authority is willing to include the lender consent clause, I would like to see us put the lender consent clause in there. I think that would just give everybody a little bit more peace of mind and making sure kind of the playing field is still kept somewhat level. And I have gotten some information. I think there are ways that banks can get involved in the capital end of it and being part of the lending part of it. So I think at some point, some of the banks can start looking into those options and seeing if it's viable for them, but it would give them the opportunity to participate as well. But I think that's probably a little bit down the road. So I think I'd be comfortable starting with just the sole project. Let us get our feet wet, see how it works, see how it goes. And then just in the memorandum of understanding or whatever or the resolution, put in the lender consent clause, and we can see how this goes. And I think down the road we might open it up more, but I think this would be a good start for the board to get our feet wet with it. So I'd be supportive of going down that road of the single application and with the lender consent clause.
I think that would be fun.
Vice Chair Urban?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is definitely new to me, and I'm kind of torn on both sides. I kind of think here we are dabbling in the private sector again somehow, but yet I understand why. I agree with Commissioner Adams. I don't know why we have to approve it, but the fact that we do, puts the burden back on us to do something with it. And I kind of feel we're dabbling in territory that probably government doesn't need to, but yet I do see some merit to it with regards to helping businesses, and I want to look at it like tools in the toolbox, such as Commissioner Adams stated. I think it's worth a try, based on just like what Commissioner O'Brien said. I think I wouldn't be in favor of doing it without the first mortgage holder, the lender, having to say so to approve or not approve, because I think that's important, and that was the reason with some of the question that I asked on that. So without making a long dissertation, I have some questions just because it's new to me, more so than I have other questions about that. And again, I wonder why we even have to approve it, why this isn't some federal or state plan, and why would a county government have to approve something like this? I'm not crazy about this being open up to individuals, homeowners, right now. I think I would agree again with Commissioner Bryan. Let's try this and see where it goes, as long as we put that clause in there that the primary holder has, gives their permission to it.
And,
that's kind of where I'm at right now.
But Chair Ehrman, I think what will happen here is Commissioner Adams will make a motion to direct staff to bring back the resolution or whatever we need, and that'll come back to us in September. So that'll give you a little bit more time to, if you need any more information, you can gather those facts. I have found Ms. Dede to be very responsive to my request in an email, so if you do have any specific questions, I think she'll be glad to answer them for you. But I see how this is going. We'll have to give staff direction to bring it back, and then there'll be a final vote on it in September. I would assume that's probably Commissioner Adams' intention. So.
And I hope all our borrowers would be as prudent with their money as you seem to be. I mean, apparently you've been successful. My wife is in the assisted living business, and she's familiar with it. So I appreciate your thoroughness with regards to using this in the proper way to do it. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, you identified how you've been a strong proponent of this early on in past discussions. We've discussed this on several occasions. It was inclusive of residential as well, and there are some obstacles and concerns that we have enumerated on. I enjoyed my conversation with Counselor as far as the application, with the understanding that this was something that there was more development going on with this, that there was a need for it. That's why we had a time constraint. But this is basically a banking element and instrumentality. I'll cut it to the chase. I don't believe that we should be involved with the banking process. I believe there are enough bankers out there. There are enough avenues for mortgages to be attained, some debt reduction tools out there, that we shouldn't be involved with the process, less government, and not have the opportunity for the tax collector to have to be involved. I make no apologies. It's always been my stance that we need not be in this business. We are not bankers. And that we have to approve it is another discussion. So I don't support it. It will have to come back. We'll have another discussion. But at this juncture, I'm not supportive of it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams, your pleasure.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we ask staff to bring back the resolution with the language that we have discussed incorporated in it as far as the approval of the lender and the single group. And if you could bring that back in September or whenever, I think you already have a copy of some of that language, so it shouldn't take very long.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. I'd be happy as county attorney to bring back the resolution at the September 13th meeting. And I will certainly work with council to make sure that our documents are in line with the motion that's made, if approved.
Awesome.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Adams, second by myself. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Motion passes 3-1 with Commissioner Flesher opposed. Thank you all. Moving to item 10B2 is a request to speak from Jennifer and Mark Troglin, requesting variance for their shed. And we move my item 14A1 to run concurrent with this. And we'll start with the public presentation from Mr. and Mrs. Troglin. Good morning, welcome.
Jennifer Troglin, 2155 11th Lane, Vero Beach, Florida, 32960.
Mr. Troglin, try to speak a little bit closer to the microphone so we can hear you.
Good morning. We appreciate your time this morning. During the early days of COVID in the spring of 2020, my husband, Mark, built a shed in our backyard without a permit, which we now realize was a terrible mistake.
Thank you.
But at the time, we figured it was just a shed and wouldn't be an issue. The shed is located in the only spot available in our backyard because of our 2 septic tanks and drain field systems that take up the rest of the yard. Almost 2 years later, in January of 2022, a man in the neighborhood was turned in for code enforcement for a variety of other issues. He thought Mark was the person who turned him in, which he was not, so he called it code enforcement on us. While a corner of the man's property abuts our corner, he is not our immediate neighbor. Our backyard neighbor and both to the south and the east side have written letters affirming that they have no problems with the shed. Our shed is 14 foot by 10 foot and is 3 foot off the south property line and 10.5 foot off the east property line. Per code, it should be no more than 10 by 10 and 5 foot off the property line. However, per code, we could have 2 sheds that are 10 by 10 and 5 foot off the property line. This is not a prefab shed, but rather a well-built, permanent, attractive structure that cost more than $6,000 2 years ago. Today, it would likely be over $10,000 and is not movable and would have to be demolished. After receiving the violation, Mark met with the planner, Steve, who told him that we had limited options and that we should meet with the community development director, Phil Mattson. We met with Phil, and he thought that due to the unique circumstances, we had a good shot at variance. We filled out the application, obtained the necessary documents, wrote out the check, and set up an appointment with the assistant community development director, Andy Sozak.
It's okay, you don't have to say it.
Okay.
Sorry, Andy.
Sorry. All of these men were incredibly nice and very helpful. They researched all the possible ways to help us. At the time, they agreed that the only avenue would be the variance, but told Mark that it was almost impossible to get one. They said that in the 20 years that they have been here that, nobody has received a variance and that we would just be wasting our money. Mark's boss then learned that we could approach you guys directly and ask for help since it does not seem to be any other way to help us with the system. The variance form that we've attached in your letters there, the third question basically asks if one is requesting something that is not available under the code to anyone else. If that's the case, then it will be denied. The fee of the variance is $1,000, which is an enormous amount of money to us. As Mark is in construction, he has tools and equipment that untidily stacks against our house. The shed provides much needed storage and more pleasant views for the neighborhood. We hope that you'll consider our request, and we greatly appreciate your time and consideration for this.
Thank you. Commissioners, a little background. The Troglins do live in my neighborhood, and so I know them and are friends with them. if you look at the aerial photo that they provide, the red circle is where the shed is. You can see it's pretty heavily vegetated all around it. The person who complained to code about it is in the house with the 1105 address, which is down and to the right of the red circle. This house, I don't believe, has any view of the shed whatsoever because of the heavy vegetation between them. And in the package they delivered, the house immediately to the south of theirs, labeled 1106, has submitted a letter stating they have no objection to the shed, and the same with the owner immediately to their right, labeled as 2145. Both have said they have no objection to the shed. And then if you look at the survey that they provided, you'll see that and this is kind of common in this neighborhood. It's kind of an older neighborhood, so a lot of the houses actually have two drain fields in them, and so you can see the drain fields here pretty much take up all of the backyard, and so there's really no real good logical place to have placed the shed. In part of this appeal process, I understand staff. First, let me say staff is doing exactly what staff is supposed to do. Okay, they are looking at our ordinances, and they're making the call as they see it. And I certainly, I've always appreciated what staff has done, and always know they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing and what our ordinances require. And I appreciate the fact that they do that. Although there have been times the last 16 years where we've had to look at issues where staff has done their job, followed our ordinances, but sometimes we have to look with a little bit broader, take the blinders off, and look at things from a little bit more of a common sense and how does our ordinances really work in the real world. So I look at this as an unfortunate incidence of a neighbor trying to rat out another neighbor and using our code enforcement system in that process, which I've always been opposed to. I don't believe the shed is causing any problems to the two adjacent owners. They've already submitted testimony that they have no objection, and that the one property owner that made the complaint can't even see the shed. So, and I get Dylan, I don't know if you want to weigh in here, but commissioners, I would think that we can take a look at this, let common sense dictate what we do, and allow the shed to stand in place and let things go on from there. Dylan, I think you might want to have a few comments.
Yes, thank you. I think for me, just the concern is there's a process by which variances get handled. There's an application that gets submitted. Planning department staff's responsibility is to review that application, make a professional staff report on that, whether it's supportive, opposed, supportive with conditions, that then goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They then hold and conduct a quasi-judicial public hearing on the item, gives an opportunity for staff to present their staff report, gives an opportunity for an applicant to then express, either, their position, their side, provides for opportunity for any neighbors to then present whatever other testimony, support or opposed. Then the Planning and Zoning Commission makes a decision based upon the criteria that's set forth in the code. If a particular person is unhappy with that decision, it then gets appealed to the Board of County Commissioners, and the board basically conducts its own quasi-judicial public hearing, basically analyzing the same criteria, and then makes its own final decision, which then in and of itself is appealable to a court of law, depending on if someone wants to appeal it. I just, from my standpoint, a little bit, I am concerned about sort of circumventing that process, and if we don't follow that process here, then anybody can essentially circumvent the process in the code for how a variance is processed and goes through the system. I just need to make sure that I put that on the record, and then, it would be a quasi-judicial process, so I'd hope that if it does follow that process, no one really takes a firm position today, and obviously if it does come to the board, any any ex parte communications would be disclosed, but those are just kind of my process and concerns I want to just make clear.
Thank you, Dylan. Jason?
And yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to say, and thank you for the acknowledgement that staff was doing what staff needs to do, which is enforce the code. My concern is one of precedent setting. If this normal process is circumvented, I'm just worried that more and more cases will show up here, and staff is constantly involved, in various code enforcement cases, some of which the board would probably not be very sympathetic to, but there may be, we just don't want to create an avenue where the process is circumvented. If there is something, if there's another shed that's 3 feet from the property line and we're in the position of having to enforce that code, it just puts us in a difficult spot. If there's a differentiator, would be helpful in these cases, but concerned, again, just about setting the precedent and having more and more of these come and circumvent the process and have them come to the board for appeal.
Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, so and thank you, Dylan and Jason, for your comments and words of caution, but my issue is with the variance process, because I've had some code enforcement issues that have come in front of, or that have, people have contacted me with it, maybe not code enforcement because I haven't risen to that level, but we had an issue out in the Homewood subdivision where a gentleman, there was an easement that wasn't showing up, blah, blah, blah. The only option they had was, because they had already constructed it and had permits and it had been approved and this, that, and the other, was to go through the variance process. But the variance process is set up to deny the variance. It's not set up to actually give staff or planning and zoning or even us the leeway to actually approve a variance. My understanding is the variance process was written, in 1986 or something like that, and hasn't been changed at all in, I can't even do the math on how many years that is, but it's entirely too long to have one process that hasn't been looked at. So my bigger issue is we have a process that we want them to go through, but the process is set up to deny them what they're asking. So that's why they're here, because, and don't even get me started on the $1,000 fee, because I think that's a little large, again, set up so people won't take advantage of it, or if they do take advantage of it, we've extracted as much blood from the turnip as we possibly can. And that's not a customer-friendly way to go about trying to help out our residents, which is what our role is. So I know this is about this particular issue, and my bigger concern is we need to overhaul the variance process, because the issue that I raised about Homewood, that's just one of like 5 issues that's come up in the past year or so, where the variance process, if it was an actual process where you might have a chance of getting a variance, was used, that's the perfect, you're right, that is the perfect process. But we have a process that's not workable. So they are going to come here because there is no, they ask you in the application if you're asking for something that's not available to you by code. Well, that's the whole reason that you end up with a variance process. And if you answer that question yes, then you're automatically denied at planning and zoning. And then it doesn't ever, it doesn't come to us. It comes to the denial. There's no wiggle room to try to solve problems. So if we have so anyway, I'm blabbing on at this point, but you guys get the gist of what I'm trying to say.
I concur with you 100%. It is set up to take their money and then tell them, okay, you lose, and then they're stuck. And I think kind of the origins of this kind of came from Keating, back in '86. And I do get, from a staff perspective, they don't want to be inundated with everybody appealing every single decision. I get that, but I agree with you, Commissioner Adams. I think there's got to be some kind of middle ground where if they do apply for a variance, there has to be at least some light in the end of the tunnel that they may get granted, and that common sense. Because I don't think all of our ordinances, as you said, back from '86, apply every day to everything in today's world. So I agree with your comments completely. Vice Chair Ehrman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what y'all are doing wrong, but all my code enforcement, I have had variance one. We've solved and done it, foreclosed if we have to. We're on a
Mitigation.
roll with that. But no, all seriously, I agree 100%. And that was very well put, Commissioner Adams, about that. I think it is set up to fail. There's really no options. I think the ultimate, decision should be rest with P&Z or with us on this, with regards to it, if they're as reasonable, and such as in this case. I think it's reasonable. I think you said it, common sense would prevail in this. But I agree. I think we need to look at the whole variance thing. I think it should run through the process, but the process should be a fair process. I agree with the counselor said. I think what Jason said, that it should run through the proper channels, but there should be a possibility of success as much as a possibility of failure.
Thank you. Commissioner Fleischer?
No, we've thoroughly vetted out the $1,000 VIG or premium, and the fact that the system is designed to prevent going forward many years ago. And I was told very clearly many years ago that we just don't do variances here. So it doesn't come up as frequently. But let's talk about something else. No, I'm not going to talk sports. I'm going to talk just about this shed. The shed is just a little long.
Yeah, it's 4 foot too long, sir. Yeah.
And the only way to correct it is with a chainsaw, correct?
Probably Traco.
Okay. And everybody's happy with it. Why don't we just cut it to the chase? What's involved with this now? This individual has to apply.
I think, and Dylan, correct me if I'm wrong, but we can either follow Dylan's recommendation and kick this back to go through the variance appeal process, or we can go ahead and vote to grant the variance to the Troglets.
And if we...
just Dylan, is that correct?
The process in the code is to have an application, goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission. If a party wants to appeal that, it comes back to the Board of County Commissioners for review on appeal. That would be the process to follow. I will state I will answer the question.
Okay. Just one quick question for Phil or Andy, whoever can answer it.
That's what I had.
In our codes and stuff, there is a de minimis variance. Can you explain to me what that covers?
In this case, it says 1/2 foot, and it wouldn't help them, but it comes kind of close. It's basically, what de minimis is, if you're not exceeding, first of all, Phil Mattson, Community Development Director, back up a little bit. Excellent job. You seemed a little nervous up there, but you did a wonderful job. I think you articulated your point very well. Sorry, we didn't have a perfect win for you in this case when you came to us at the staff level. And I'll start there. We do try to find the win-win for these people. So whenever somebody comes in, they have something pretty reasonable, is there an opportunity to downsize the shed, but leave it in its place, to bring it into conformity? Is there a place to do a lot line adjustment? Get some property from the neighbor, the foot that you need to buy to move the lot line so your setback is okay. We try to give everybody who comes to us those options. So when you say there's no play or no flexibility or negotiating, we try to do a little bit at the staff level. In terms of de minimis is typically something exceeds a standard, but not by much, won't have much of an impact, and ours is only 1/2 foot in this case, right? 6 inches.
That's very
So they're off by 4 feet, and that's the fundamental issue here. And in terms of the standard, you'd like to take a common sense approach to things. Harkening back to planning school in the 80s, variances, what's the concept, the philosophy behind a variance? Well, a variance should be granted if there's a defect to the property. Fundamentally, that's it. So, for instance, if you have a, say, 6-foot fence requirement like we have, and then there's a gully on your property and the other neighbors don't have that kind of gully, we don't make the 6-foot fence go down into the gully and come back out. We'll get you 8 feet for that piece so that it stays as a consistent visual line across the fence line. So I think that was the reason for the variance, defects to the property. In this case, the argument could be made the defect to the property is the sizing of the drain fields. that's an issue. We don't understand if it had to be done that way, but it appears that it becomes even more onerous to reconfigure that. So I think that's what they would hang their hat on a variance. But, hey, call me a bit inflexible. I don't think having a set of rules and then kind of making those black and white calls based on those rules in 99% of the cases is a bad thing.
No.
It's really kind of the way you have to do this. So, go ahead.
So I make this offer to the board based upon what I've heard here. I can tell you the city of Jacksonville, I think, dealt with this issue long before I got there. And the city of Jacksonville created what they called an administrative deviation process. It was a modified variance process, changing some of the criteria in the code that was used to review applications depending on the particular type of request that was made. Certain requests would go through the variance process and certain requests would go through this altered administrative deviation process. I would be happy to bring back to the board sort of potentials for adopting this if the board is interested in examining alternate ways that people can seek relief for their properties.
Council, but in the meantime, what is their option is going forward? Let's say that happens like 2 months from now. What type of dilemma are they in?
If they are in a code enforcement process right now and the board were to give the county attorney's office guidance to move forward with some sort of code change that created a process by which they could take advantage of, I certainly could see staff supporting an extension of time with the code enforcement board to play out that issue and give them an opportunity. I will note, though, to counter my own argument there, others may want to take advantage of that are going through code enforcement, so that may open up the door for others, but that's certainly something that I think staff could certainly consider as this case we're moving forward and supporting some form of pause on enforcement as this worked its way.
And based on the nature of what we're looking at and the fact that we're trying to fix something, I would definitely think we'd want to give them extension after extension to the extent that we could to get this fixed.
It sounds like the
So, Dylan, I'm
like the safest pathway.
good with that idea. My other thought is, can we just make a code change and change de minimis to 5 feet? No.
So, I mean, obviously we'd
There's Phil shaking over that one.
Yeah, that'd put it right on the line.
Obviously, we'd have to go
5.5 feet then.
Code change. I mean, the goal would obviously then be to adopt the code, make that change, but then that applies to a whole bunch of properties, and I don't know who else comes forward who were sort of third-party beneficiaries of that. So I think the board would certainly want to analyze the implication of that.
But your administrative deviance process would come straight to the board?
Actually, just to make it clear in Jacksonville, what happened is we actually had a particular staff member who conducted hearings. They were called the zoning administrator. They conducted these hearings. They happened every 2 weeks. The design was to kind of get it moving quickly. Appeals of that would go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then from there, appeals from that would go to the court. I'm just giving an example of another system like that. Certainly the board could give me direction to handle administrative deviations or similar patterns in a different process.
I personally would appreciate the luxury of having a little more time to think some of the implications through.
Yeah.
We've I wouldn't say hundreds, I'd say we've had thousands of sheds that people have either resized to keep it where they want in the past through the application process, or relocated it in a different location because we told them what our rules were up front. And I'd hate to have them come back angry at us and say, well, look, you made us move it. But I think we could come up with something. I think this is an interesting alternative. I don't think there's really a sword of Damocles here hanging over in terms of the code action. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with Phil. I think if you give us direction to bring back some type of revision of the variance process or alternatives to that, I think that's the best way to go. Give us a little bit of flexibility on how to do that, and then of course we could abet any code enforcement actions in that time. I think that's perfectly reasonable. And I just want to say, I think we need to look for in these is something that's a unique circumstance. You know, some of the things that are in the application already, of course, we could revise that and do better perhaps. But we want to make sure that, like Phil said, we have these very lovely people in front of us. The shed looks very nice, but there's hundreds of other shed actions that we've had out there. So we just need to be mindful of the other repercussions of that. We need to be uniform in how we're enforcing the code. We can't say, well, this shed looks nice, or these are nice people, and so we're going to give a variance here, but we're not going to give something for everyone else. So I just want to be mindful of that.
So I understand exactly what you guys are saying, and I'm the first person to say we have to be careful of the slippery slope. So I totally get that. But my goal at the end of the day, irregardless of this situation, is to give a process to staff and to us that people can actually possibly have a light at the end of the tunnel, as Peter says, because what happens now is poor community development staff jumps through all these hoops to try to solve all these problems in these super unique and creative ways that just, I mean, they're looking for unicorn solutions to a situation where we can just fix the process and actually have a process. So that would be my goal.
So to address that issue, I can tell you many applicants, and this is pro and con, because some folks may not be happy to hear this, is many applicants in the city of Jacksonville were very successful in having administrative deviations approved due to the different criteria. Again, that may be a pro to some folks and that may be a con to other folks, but it was certainly a process that was much more flexible than the variance process in the city of Jacksonville.
Personally, I'm very happy this conversation took place. I think it's sort of the catalyst of a long overdue rethinking of our process. I'm looking at our ordinance for variances, and it kind of restates the same thing 5 different ways. I mean, what's the point of that? That, you have a unique circumstance. Your unique circumstance is not something that other people can't take advantage of in their unique circumstance. Why say it 5 times? So I get the impression from the language where it's headed. I think we could take a look at it. I do think we need a set of rules. I think people need to come up through the process, and we'll appreciate a little bit of time to kind of work this out.
Okay. So, if a commissioner would like to make a motion that, 1, we put the code case in abeyance while we work through this issue, and 2, that we direct staff to research alternatives that would result in some better variance appeal process, I guess I can put it.
If I can just, I think the first one's a little bit tricky because we're technically, as a board, not allowed to get involved in it.
We could ask the board.
We direct staff to work on, we've heard definitely the guidance on, we don't plan to move forward, kind of almost like an pending ordinance doctrine issue. We're hearing that you guys, if the motion passes, to direct us to move forward to come up with a different process or a new process that could be utilized, and we will certainly be willing to apply that.
And staff will support an extension at code.
Okay. All right. That's what I meant is we ask code and staff to support an extension, and then direct staff to come back with some type of revision to our variance appeal process to where it's affordable for applicants, and that there is some kind of opportunity for a win once in a while, I guess is how I would put it. So.
Yep, I'd be happy to make that motion for you.
And second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair, yes, I just wanted to know if the applicant appellant is being subjected to fines and penalties now as we speak.
No.
They're not? Okay.
No.
Then that was a moot point. Not that we would interfere. Again, council made it very clear, we do not engage with code enforcement board actions. Historically, this would have been the first as well. You would have made 2 firsts. You already went, then you're trying to overcome being his neighbor. But that's not only a code enforcement issue.
All right, we have a motion in a second. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 4-0. So basically, this will come back to us at some point. We'll let you know when it comes back, And we'll go from there when we get to that point. For that time being, it's kind of status quo. Okay? All right.
for your time.
You bet. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back about 12:05. Call the meeting back to order. We are now on 10B3, which is a request to speak from Miss B's Learning Bees. Is anyone here representing Miss B's? All right, seeing none, but commissioners, with your okay, we will hold that agenda item open in case someone does show up. Public notice items. Mr. Reingold, would you do the honors, please?
I would be delighted. So we have a public notice of a public hearing, which will be on September 13th, 2022. This will be to consider an ordinance establishing the LP Community Development District. Again, this will be an item to be heard as a public hearing on September 13th. With that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Reingold. Commissioners, in the interest to keep our costs down, we do have a right-of-way matter, and we do have outside counsel here as well. So in the sake of keeping the billable hours down, I'd like to go ahead and move item 13A to be heard right now. So with that, Mr. DeBrawl.
Thank you, Commissioners. Bill DeBrawl on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. This is a mediated settlement agreement for your consideration this afternoon, for property owned by Jack.
Thanks for rubbing it in, Bill.
Hey, that's okay. I'm here with you. The property is owned by Jack Chestnut. It's located on 65th Street, on the north side of the street, west of 66th Avenue. It's a 10-acre parcel improved with a couple of hundred different fruit trees. You can see on your screen where the property is located there. The county needs 0.38 acres from Mr. Chestnut to complete the grade and catch grade for the new 66th Avenue improvements. In the area take are 6 oak trees of varying sizes, anywhere from 9 to 16 inches, I think. 400 linear feet of fences, a couple of gates, and a couple of driveways also involved in the take. The property is zoned agricultural, A1, 1 unit per 5 acres. The other improvements to the property are a large pole barn and a workshop and shed, along with the other trees, and an interior road system as far as the property is concerned. Mr. Chestnut has slowly been improving this property from a burned out orange grove. He now has the mangrove trees planted and everything else in there as well. We filed suit against Mr. Chestnut last summer. We made our good faith deposit, which was taken by Mr. Chestnut. We went ahead and scheduled this matter for mediation before we started getting deep into discovery with the lawsuit and depositions and things like that. The mediator that we used this time last month was Tony Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez is a former eminent domain attorney out of Broward County, and so he's well experienced in the eminent domain field. The county came in with a appraisal of $68,500. The other side came in with an appraisal of better than $152,000, claiming that great reconfiguration would need to be done to the roadway system that would cost additional amounts of money as far as for rebuilding the roads, and also more trees would have to be lost, more fencing and more gating would have to be done. And so at the conclusion of the mediation, the parties agreed to submit the following settlement agreement to the board for its consideration. We would pay a grand total of $135,000 in full and final settlement to Mr. Chestnut for all of his damages, all of his expert witness fees, and all of his attorney's fees. It's a global settlement that would cover everything there. The county, of course, receiving credit for the good faith deposit already made of the $29,500. Second, we would go ahead and reconfigure the driveways so that we would catch grade with the new grade of 65th Avenue. This would not be concrete drives that we would be putting in. It would simply be regular dirt road material, marl road material that would be compacted and finished. The other thing that we would contribute is 60 cubic yards of road compaction and 45 cubic yards of marl or shell, so that it would be dumped onto Mr. Chestnut's property at a location of his choosing. And if he wants to go ahead and build the roads, we've provided that he wants to reconfigure, we've provided him with the materials to go ahead and do something like that. Obviously, when we're in this stage of litigation, one of the main things that we're trying to do is avoid costs. And while staff makes the recommendation to accept the mediated settlement agreement, along with us today is Mr. Bill Doney, our outside counsel, who attended the mediation. And if you or have any questions of myself or Mr. Doney, I'd be happy, or he'd be happy to try and address them.
Okay, commissioners, questions of staff?
Famous question.
Does it,
Y'all are going to have to start figuring these out on your own, because I'm not going to be here much longer. Mr. Doney, welcome. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Anything to add to Bill's summary, or?
Only that, as you all know, eminent domain is a very expensive process, and if you run the math, so to speak, on this case, we believe that in the best, let me back up. If it goes to trial, the jury has to come in between the high and low appraisal. So they have to come in between 68.5 and 153.2. To get to trial, there would be all the depositions of the experts who you get to pay for on both sides. You get to pay me for the depositions. You're probably looking at a 3-day trial. You have court reporter, you have to get a bus or vans to get the jurors out to the site to take a look at it. And if you really run the numbers as I did, I would think at best, and it's rare that you come in right on your own number, but at best, even if the jury were to come in at 68.5, you'd probably be in the $140,000, $145,000, $150,000 range on out of pocket. And if it goes bad, you could be up to $270,000 or so. Chances are it might be someplace in the middle, but in any event, I think that and would recommend the $135,000 settlement. The costs already are $30,000 on the other side, so you can see how it runs up in a hurry. And every deposition is an expert, so they have preparation time. They have time at the deposition, so it just gets very expensive from the government side, and that's the way the system is.
So, a question for you, and you may not be able to answer, but if we were to go to court on this, what are the odds are that we get the low end of the appraisals?
They may be pretty good, but jurors tend to split the difference somewhat. I mean, depending on what they think of the case. The argument from the other side is with the road widening and the drainage and retention area out front, the gates need to be pushed back, and when you push the gates back, then you have to relocate an interior, I'll call it a driveway that runs east-west at the property. And when you have to do that, you have to replace some trees. You're going to lose some trees, and you have that kind of issue. So they have an argument that there's damages, and does it sell to a jury? You never know. You never know what a jury's going to think. As I said, it's rare that a jury, unless they're mad at somebody, that they're going to come right in on the county's number, or they're going to come right in on their number, but it's often some sort of split. I would think at this point the split is to the client. I know we're talking about a $135,000 total deal, but it's probably $85,000 or so to the property owner, maybe $90,000. It's in that range. We got to the fuzzy point of we need to wash everything out and not be fighting about fees and costs and spending more money. So, it's a package deal that will take care of everything, and it removes the risk of a higher number. As I said, best case, you're going to probably spend more than $135,000, and it just goes up from there. So it reduces any risk that you're going to get get hit with a larger judgment.
Yeah, and I appreciate and understand that. Just part of me always thinks is if there's a case where we can get a win, it may cost us a little bit more in this case, but going forward, it might give us more negotiation leverage on future acquisitions to where, no, a court ruled in our favor, so we're not, this is, I think we'd be in a better negotiating position if we had a win or two under our belt to say, no, the juries aren't awarding your crazy fees, so let's get reasonable and let's talk a real number.
Well, the jury awards money to the property owner. At post-hearing, post-trial, the judge looks at the fees and costs. So, and the fees are statutory, attorney's fees to the property owner.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on how well they do. Do they get a fee, and how big a fee? And there's a fee built into this one, based on the initial offer and the. So it's already the fees at like $15,000 or so to the property owner, and then you get in front of a judge, and and then but I mean I would say, and I understand what you're saying, but you get in front of a judge and you're spending more money on a cost hearing, and you're paying for the experts to come in and testify for their fees, and if you're going to oppose the fees to let's say the appraiser, you need to have an appraiser come in and say his fees are out of the range of reasonableness, and it continues to add up.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for?
Mr. Chairman, no, the argument could be made the same way as it would be great to get a win. Looking at Councilor DeBrawl in discussing the past trials and tribulations, we have not fared overwhelmingly in the contest, and we can lavish in one or two at best. So therefore, I want to move Council's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Fletcher and a second by Commissioner Adams. Under discussion, anything? Anyone from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And as part of my global conspiracy theory to keep Mr. Rich Spirica confused, we now jump back to county administrator items. The update regarding the pending Sebastian annexation. Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, today I'd like to just give a brief update on what's been going on the Sebastian annexation, as well as county staff's interactions and actions on that. I do see we have Councilman McPartland here and City Manager Paul Carlisle. So as I go through what I think they've done or their upcoming actions, please feel free to correct me if I get anything wrong on that, and one or more of them may want to speak on this too at the appropriate time. So as you know, Sebastian is considering the potential annexation of 1,984 acres owned by the Graves brothers, and so they've been going through those actions. They had a couple of public information workshops in June. I attended one of those. Numerous staff has attended those meetings, and I know that most of the commissioners have attended at least one of those workshops to kind of gain some information about the annexation. Staff had some good conversations with some of these city council members and staff at those workshops, and we talked about wanting to have kind of an open dialogue and work together on this. And to that end, last month, myself, Paul Carlisle, and Jeff Bass, the property owner, did have a meeting where we talked about some of the county's concerns and our questions. I think it was a collegial meeting, was generally positive. Also, staff did subsequently meet with Jeff Bass with some additional staff and talk about some of our concerns and questions. There seemed to be some openness on the property owner's mind to work with us on some of our concerns. And first of all, I'll say what our concerns are at the county are not so much as what the city of Sebastian is doing as far as their land development planning and how their city is done. This is not an exercise for the county to try to tell the city how they need to grow. I'm kind of our main focus has been to look at the items where we will be asked to provide services. So there are several areas that, whether they're in the unincorporated area or the city of Sebastian, we provide services. Water and sewer is kind of the one at the forefront here. Some various transportation responsibilities, fire rescue, parks and recreation type programs. Although the cities have their own parks and recreation, we do have county parks as well. So those are some of the things that we've talked about. The city council at their meeting on July 27th decided to take the annexation forward, and this is, correct me if I get any of this wrong, please, Paul. I think their next step is they're planning to bring a future land use map changes that would first go through their planning and zoning commission, then to their city council, and then after that, their plan would be to bring an annexation agreement before council, I believe. I know there was discussion of having a workshop to talk about the annexation agreement, and then they would move forward with the annexation. Kind of what our main concerns are is providing those services that the county would be tasked with providing, and the most challenging one, the one up front, is water and sewer. We all know that we're a growing community. There's been lots of concerns discussed in this room and other places about long-term water supply and capacity. While we have capacity in our plants, our wastewater and water system today, we're clearly a growing community, and we need to plan for that. Some of the things that I think that staff is looking at is maybe kind of narrowing the framework of what could potentially happen there so that we can provide an answer. I think the city's desirous of getting an answer from us on, can we provide water sewer services, and the answer to that depends a lot on what might happen there. So staff would like to see, some parameters in an annexation agreement. I'll go back to examples that Fellsmere 15 years ago, did some large-scale annexations, and they had some limitations in there. If you can have a limitation to 3 residential units per acre across the whole project, that doesn't mean 3 units per acre on any one site. That would be, across the whole thing, certain number of square footage, open space types of things. We'd like to see something like that so that we can get our arms around what the potential development will be in that area. So, if you look at the mixed use future land use that they're looking at doing, it's got a maximum of 10 residential units per acre. I don't think it's anybody's intention at the city or the landowner to do 10 units per acre across that whole site. But what we'd like to see is some kind of narrowing of that down to, so that we could get our arms around it. Is it 3 units per acre? Is it, something like that? Then we could formulate a plan, and I think there are going to be conditions with a piece of property this big. One of the things that comes to mind is reuse. We need to expand our reuse portfolio, and we're going to be looking to do this in other areas of the county as well, where putting in purple pipe pressurized reuse would be an example of the types of things that we'd like to see. So there was discussion about the city continuing to meet with the county on this issue, and so I think that's positive. And I think we just, if we can get to a place where we think we can get our arms around what that is and we can make a determination now, we'd prefer to make these decisions now, because we don't want to wait, because the way the system has been set up is they'll do this mixed use future land use, and then at rezoning it would be more defined. Well, it's for a utility, you're talking 5, 10, 15-year planning horizons that you need to look at to be able to provide services. So we want to get an advance of that time and not be looking at it at a rezoning that might be closer to when the development is happening. So our request would be to kind of work with the property owner, with the city, to get to an annexation agreement that would have some factors in there that would enable us to be able to plan for those services. And again, I'm focusing mostly on water and sewer, but there's obviously some roadway transportation connectivity and other services as well, fire rescue, things like that. So that's where we are. That's what staff plans to work on. going forward. Just wanted to kind of give an update to the board. Also have an opportunity to have a discussion. We have not had a discussion at the board on this topic, on this current annexation process. So thought it'd be helpful if you guys wanted to have a conversation and provide any further direction, if you think we're on the right track, or any concerns that you guys want to discuss further. So with that, I'll stop talking.
Thank you, Jason. Commissioner Adams, I know you're time constrained. Did you have any comments?
Just first, I want to thank our staff and the City of Sebastian staff and the City of Sebastian council members for continuing to have productive, positive meetings. I think it's incumbent upon us as a community, and I'm not saying us as a commission or us as council, us as a community, to work together in good faith and in a positive way. Nothing good comes out of adversarial situations, has been my experience. That being said, I think Jason is absolutely correct. Really and truly, our interest in this is trying to figure out what Sebastian is doing, because we will need to discuss utilities. So to the extent we can understand what their future plans are, it helps us really be able to answer their question of can and will you provide utilities. We kind of just need to know what's going to happen there so we can do that. But I think all these discussions have been productive. I appreciate that you guys had the workshop. I know Mr. Dodd, Councilmember Dodd, has spoken about the possibility of having a future workshop. So I would hope that that happens, not so much for us, but just for the community. The more we can communicate to them on all sides, the more misinformation we can keep under control, so it doesn't go crazy like before. So, I think this has been great, and this process has been much more productive from my perspective than the last process we went through. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank everybody for having it go this way. I think it's been great.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of the things Jason said, and also Commissioner Adams. My biggest concern is, and Jason, I think you said it, that they're going to move forward with the annexation and the future land use changes, and then come back and work on the annexation agreement. Is that?
I believe they're planning to do the future land use changes and then an annexation agreement, which would happen, I believe, before the annexation is completed. Am I correct on that, Paul? Okay, yeah. So I think I think once you've done the annexation, you're probably out of time to get an annexation agreement. So I would think it would have to happen.
Right, but so then I'm confused. How can they change the future land use if they haven't annexed the property yet?
Yeah, I'll have to have a planner answer that question because I don't know.
So, well, yeah, my concern is that I've heard several council members, and I'm sure they have a vision for what they want to see happen with this land. I've heard them talk about workforce housing and industrial centers and job centers and things like that. But to me, all those things have to be done up front and put into the annexation agreement before you grant any land use changes or the annexation. Because once you do that, it may be your vision that we want to have these different aspects and different zonings, but that landowner may have a different vision. And once you've granted those land use changes, the underlying land use, their future vision may be different from the city, and you can't go backwards. I mean, once you said, yeah, you can have 10 units per acre and up to 12 units per acre with TDRs, they may say, yeah, well, we want to do every acre like that. And you say, no, wait, we want this, we want that. They say, well, this is an allowable zoning, and you gave us this right to it, so we're going to do this. And I think also, currently, you may have a great relationship with a property owner, and they agree with you and say, yeah, we'll work with you. But, they could sell that in a New York second, and now you're dealing with some out-of-state developer that has different plans. So my biggest concern is that I would really like to see Sebastian sit down and get that annexation agreement hammered out first. And that way we, as Jason said, we can know what the overall density is going to be on the property, so we can plan for that. You can identify how much workforce housing you want and where do you want it. You can identify sites to be dedicated for public use, maybe a water treatment plant, a fire station, a wastewater treatment plant. All those kind of things, I believe, should be wrapped up and tied up in the annexation agreement. And then you move forward and say, okay, we're going to annex the land. And then once it's annexed into the city of Sebastian, then you can do your future land use change. It's kind of how I see it would work. But, you know, if Sebastian wants to annex this, you know, that's fine. But I just think it really would be critical to have the annexation agreement hammered out, signed, sealed, and delivered as the very first step in the process and not towards the end. So that's just kind of my wish there. Vice Chairman Ehrman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with what both my colleagues said with regards to this, and, you know, and do we have any planners in the room? Yeah. That can answer a question like that. I'm sure we do, but those are questions that need to, yeah. Go ahead. What the administrator said.
Oh, in terms of, yeah, I mean, generally, rule of thumb, you don't want to grant entitlements without having some sort of master plan parameters. There's any number of ways to do this, and, you know, I'll defer to the attorney. Here in Indian River County, I mean, the way we do it, you can, if your land use and your zoning are indicative of a certain form of development, we have very little ability to turn that development down. So you have entitled rights. Basically, you've got a development by right in that circumstance. Typically, they want more than what's under the entitled rights. So then we go down a PD process in our case. It's called a PUD in almost every other jurisdiction. I'm sure Sebastian has a PUD type process. So if we have zoning for 3 units per acre, your yield will probably be more like 2 units per acre because of the drainage and the sort of things you have to do in there. If they come on with something that meets all our drainage requirements, all our landscaping, open space, we really can't turn it down. If they want something a little higher, a little bit more mixed use, they go through our PD process, and you've got some discretion on that. I can't really speak to this situation on what we're looking at here. I don't know what sort of rights are granted or not granted by the land use change. I don't know about the process of changing land use before annexation. That's something I would defer to Dylan on, if he has any opinion on it. But
So a couple different comments on this. First off, it's my understanding the last time that the city of Sebastian dealt with this annexation issue related to these properties was that I believe they actually adopted the annexation agreement and the annexation approved on the same night. So the two were wrapped together. So at least the city knew whatever the parameters were going to be with regards to what their annexation agreement was as they went forward and approved the annexation itself. I don't remember exactly what they did with their timing with regards to the land use and the zoning at the time. I can tell you, and these typically happen with smaller developments because with the land use, I know there's sort of an approval and then a transmittal and then it comes back and then you've got your zoning at that time. I've seen some smaller ones that happen in the city of Vero Beach, in which the city of Vero Beach literally does like everything all at once. Annex, next ordinance is the land use, next ordinance is the zoning. Again, that probably deals with smaller properties, but I was just giving that as an example of another jurisdiction that kind of wraps up the annexation, zoning, and land use all in one shot.
And I would add, an annexation could be a wonderful opportunity. You're really marketing a very large and very attractive parcel of land to be developed on a master plan type basis. It could be really something. Nice community, not just sprawl. But, it depends on how you roll that out. And we just went through a visioning process, and one of the visioning webinars, the one that I think got my attention the most, was the one we had at the charter high school. And we said, why are you guys leaving? Why are the kids leaving this town and not coming back? Because that's a very important ingredient for a diverse and a robust community. And you hear that in Sebastian, you hear it in Vero, everywhere. Why are our kids leaving? What do we need to do to attract them? We've talked about, affordable housing. We've talked about industry. There's other things, recreational amenities. I mean, the first thing that Sean Leakey, who's still here, I don't know, maybe he's gone, said, when I first met him, is, I'm an avid mountain cyclist. And I said, boy, are you out of luck? So unless you have the opportunity of a massive influx of capital and a master plan development, you're really not going to get the sort of recreational amenities. Same thing with the hospital and healthcare facilities. Nobody's asking for less of that. So I think there are things that we could all benefit from as a community that could come from this sort of opportunity. The devil's in the details, and you want to be careful to not put the ball in the court of the developing entity versus the overseeing entity, I guess, and coordinating entity.
And Councilman McPartlin, Paul, I appreciate y'all being here. I think it definitely behooves us to keep the line of communication open, because we're all, even though it's the city of Sebastian, Green River County, we all live here, so we want to make it easy and do what's best for the community as a whole, the community of Sebastian, community of the county as a whole. And I think this is a good start and a good process. And let's work together on this. Let's help you guys any way we could, and you help us. And I think you all can have a great project up there. And I appreciate it.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Mr. Chairman, yes, and to Jason, Counselor, Paul, the open line of communication is what's needed, necessary, warranted. You don't travel a pathway without, it used to be a Hagstrom map, now you just punch it into the GPS. There's no map, there's no direction. And when we're obligated to, and you're obligated to be involved with the infrastruccia demands, then we need to be real open. I want to thank Councilman Bob Bartlett for his comments during their meeting as well. I think that's the vision that we've always held to, and it wasn't about holding down the fort and putting bars across the doors. It's about ensuring that the doors are properly hinged, that we'll be able to get through it, the pathway. Whatever the development is going to be, it needs to be supported, and it needs to be supported in a proper manner. I heard a comment about, well, this is just about the annexation. We don't really have to have plans now. I found that very troubling because, again, you don't go anywhere without a plan, a pathway, a map, some direction. And I think that we'll all be better served as a municipality and a county. The citizens will all be better served. The project will be able to go forward in a very fruitful manner if it's done with the open communication and understanding. So thank you. Thank you, and thank you.
Jason, are you wrapped up, or?
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation, one of the things, just for clarity, to what I heard from Commissioner O'Brien and from Commissioner Fletcher and Commissioner Erman a little bit, is how we define this, and that's why the annexation agreement is going to be important, because the process with the mixed use is a pretty broad land use, and there are reasons for why they're doing it that way, and I respect those. But we want to make sure that we can kind of narrow that down, and I think the annexation agreement is the best way to do that, so that we can be able to say, okay, there's going to be no more than X. Okay, we can make a plan for that, and we can build utilities, and these are the types of things that we will want to see, from the property owner, because this is kind of one of those things where you do approve, deny, or approve with conditions. I think it's likely an approve with conditions. We'd like to talk to the landowner about A, B, and C, because this is a pretty large new area that we would be serving. But yeah, so that's why I think the annexation agreement is the key. I appreciate the discussion from the board, and we'll keep moving. And I think communication and working with each other to try to find a common ground and solution on that will be important. And I'm hopeful that we can move forward on that.
Bob or Paul, did either one of you wish to make a comment, or feel free to? Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Dylan. You're absolutely right. The annexation agreement is going to be a very, very important part of this. The future land use is going to be just that, the future land use map. That will all be tied into their future development in that annexation agreement. There's a lot of processes for that future land use map, submittals to DEO and different organizations to comment on that. We are looking at some regulations in that land use map, in that annexation agreement, I think is going to address the conversation that Jason and I had and what Jason had with the property owner. We want to try to provide some parameters to the utility department as to what the potential max out development and use would be. And I think that's your big concern. Where the fire station goes or where the park goes, I think is getting too far into the weeds at this point, because that's going to be decided. Our comprehensive plan has a 50% green space rule, so it won't be 2,000 acres of homes. So there's some parameters just through our own comprehensive plan and our land development plan that won't allow it to be 10 units per acre over 2,000 acres plus or minus. But I agree, the land use is there as a catch-all. It was a recommendation of DEO that we have a mixed-use land use. You know, last time we did a plat, and all we got was, all you're going to do is put commercial everywhere. We did a map that showed commercial general, which is our residential and our commercial, and I got comments, you're just going to build a strip mall down 82nd Avenue. So the reason that we went the way we went is so that we can define it, and I agree that we have so much commercial and we want so much, because we had that vision and we had those conversations about that vision, and we want to try to make that happen. You know, I'd mentioned to Phil, and I'd mentioned in our workshops, we'd like to have a medical unit on the west side of the railroad tracks. So these are things we're going to be talking to the landowner about, and how we delve that into the annexation agreement, because I think it's important. I think it's important if you have a vision, if you don't have it written down, it's not going to happen. We've reviewed the Fellsmere annexation agreements, and we've reviewed others, and there's some good points in all of those, and some very good points in some of Fellsmere's, and we're going to look at those and try to incorporate those. So we're open and we're honest, and we're going to be forthcoming. At the end of the day, we have to do what's best for the community and the surrounding community. It's not just about the four walls, jagged walls, albeit in Sebastian. You know, in our workshop, we talked about how this can influence the the eastern side of Fellsmere, the Wabasso, Gifford area, and how this could provide jobs for them as well. So I think if we keep continuing with this positive conversation, which I think has been, I think this can go a long way for making Indian River County, if not the best, one of the best in the state. So.
I just have a super quick question for you,
Sure.
Paul. First, thank you for being here, and what you said I think is awesome. So what I'm hearing, though, is that the city of Sebastian is committed to an annexation agreement, and that you've already reviewed some other ones in preparation of preparing yours for this property.
Yes, we've been committed in doing an annexation agreement since day one, and you know, we're going to look at doing it different, because we're doing a different process now, and adding some other parameters, and working with the landowner and with the county to talk about some of those things.
Awesome. And has the council or staff determined if you're going to have future workshops once that's done? Or I know I've heard at your meeting some talk about that, and I didn't know if you had confirmed that you would be having any additional public workshops on it.
So there's been discussion about workshops on the annexation agreement. There hasn't been direction from the entire council to have additional informational workshops on the annexation process at this point. But I'm sure that those will come up as we move through the process. We do have several public hearings and public comment periods for people to come and talk and address. At the planning and zoning meetings, at the city council meetings, there's public comment periods on the annexation. So there's a lot of time for people to put in comments. And obviously they can come to us and call us or email us, and we'll get back to them. Right. The whole point is, you know, we want to make sure this is a positive thing for the county and for our residents. You know, we're in all intents and purposes built out commercially. There's not a lot of places for people to shop, and we did a community survey, and the things that they want in that community engagement survey is things that we can't put within our municipality boundaries right now, because we're basically built out commercially. So,
all right, thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on up, Bob. Welcome.
Howdy, don't even know what time it is.
This afternoon.
Good afternoon, you know. And again, you know, Bob McParland, City of Sebastian. You know, I'm very happy for this conversation. I mean, I was part of the last annexation, you know, and you know, was it legal? Was it done right? I mean, there's no right or wrong, you know, and transparency is more about communication and how much more open we can be. And I think this process has gone better. I would like to see what I'd like to see, but of course, you know, the board is different. I would think, you know, maybe if, you know, we got an upcoming meeting in the 24th of August, maybe we could put something on the agenda, Paul, you know, in reference to what the county's concerns are. Maybe, you know, Dylan and Jason and maybe perhaps even Phil come up and, you know, we could talk about that and where we want to go forward. I think that would be the best, you know, as the workshops the last time, you know, same people up here, you guys were all there and your staff as well. And they attended, you know, you had staff attending the second workshop as well. Because I too, you know, I think we should have an annexation agreement before and then at least probably one workshop, informational, you know. I would like to see, you know, a public, but I'm one person. But I really appreciate, you know, all the talking back and forth and the assistance. And I value your input. I mean, you are the county. I'm part of the county. You know, I've been part of the county for over 20 years. So I like to hear the openness, you know, going forward. And again, just a shout out, you know, Jason, it's not only his birthday today, but he does a great job. He helped me out with an issue yesterday. I mean, last week I had called him and the utilities department, because we had a 90-year-old Air Force veteran that had a $250 water bill. And, you know, I worked with the Veterans Council, and then next month's like $150. But they were very responsive. I didn't know Sean was in here earlier. I talked to him on the phone. But Lisa and Misty, oh, there he is. Okay. Lisa and Misty were very helpful in getting me the bill and getting me the information, so I really appreciate that. And again, we can do great things in this county. And, you know, when I hear about the affordable housing and the workforce housing, I think, you know what, I'd really like to see the two ladies in the back of the room here who have a lot of input on how that can really be done, and I hope they will become part of that as well. I know Louise, I guess, is a short timer now, but I'm sure she'll be around to still guide us along the way. But thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else wish to speak regarding the Sebastian annexation? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. We have departmental matters, community development, nonprofit housing community rehab, known as RENO program, and nonprofit housing construction CNO program award recommendations.
Phil Mattson, Community Development Director, and we'll introduce John Stoll, who is our Chief of Long Range Planning, and I'll say you're welcome in advance for coming up with these acronyms so we can keep these programs straight, because it's quite a few new programs we've trotted out in the interest of achievable and affordable housing here in the county. John, go ahead, man.
Thanks for the introduction, Phil. So today we're going to discuss our award recommendations for our RENO and CNO programs. So that's Nonprofit Assistance Grant, Down Payment, and Rehabilitation Program Awards. All right, so a little quick background here. March 11th, 2021, the American Rescue Plan stimulus package was approved. March 15th of this year, we brought back our RENO and CNO programs for your consideration, and you directed us to begin implementation of those programs. And then our application window was from March 15th to June 15th of 2022. We'll just do a quick overview of the CNO program. So this is for nonprofit entities headquartered in IRC. They construct affordable duplex townhomes and apartments to serve disadvantaged populations. We could offer up to $60,000 per unit and up to $180,000 per applicant. A total of $400,000 was available for the program, and we did receive 4 total applications. I'll cover each of those applications at this time. So our first one is Treasure Coast Homeless Services Council. Their mission is to prevent and end homelessness on the Treasure Coast and to assure that if homelessness happens, it is brief and non-recurring. They requested $180,000 to construct a triplex for low-income families at 4255 32nd Avenue. The project cost was $390,000, and they did receive an additional award from the Johns Island Foundation of $200,000. So staff recommended a full funding request of $180,000 for this application. Our next one is St. Francis Manor. Their mission is to provide affordable, independent living to senior citizens on limited income in an attractive, safe, and socially supportive environment. It's my understanding they have 120 elderly residents at this location. They requested $180,000 to construct 2 new 9-unit buildings that would provide housing for 18 limited income seniors at 1750 20th Avenue in Vero Beach. The total project cost for this one is $2,670,500, so staff does recommend the full funding request of $180,000. Next one is Coalition for Attainable Homes. I kind of ad-libbed their mission statement. Construct affordable dwelling units for low-income people in the community. They requested $60,000. This is to construct an affordable accessory dwelling unit for an elderly individual at 4216 24th Court, and the total project cost is $96,425. Staff recommends the full request of $60,000. We would ask that you move $20,000 from our Reno program in unused funding in order to provide this full funding request. And our final one was from the Housing League. Their mission is to provide housing to low and moderate income families. They requested $180,000 to construct a single family home that would be affordable for a low to moderate income individual. This is $264,060 for a total project cost. Staff does not recommend an award for this project at this time. This program was intended for multifamily. We'd exhausted all funds with the previous 3 applicants. So this one really isn't eligible for this program. We do appreciate their application, and we do look forward to working with them in the future. So that brings us to our Reno program. So this is nonprofit housing community rehab. Again, nonprofit entities headquartered in Indian River County. It's for rehab, repair, and remodeling of multifamily housing facilities that serve disadvantaged populations. Up to $400,000 was available per award, and $600,000 is available for the program. We did receive 1 application for this, and that is, again, Treasure Coast Homeless Services Council. They requested $105,240 to replace 5 leaking roofs on existing affordable housing units maintained by Treasure Coast Homeless Services. And the project cost is $105,240. Staff does recommend the full funding request of $105,240. So that brings us to our full recommendation. Number 1, for our CNO awards, we recommend that the Board of County Commissioners award $180,000 to St. Francis Manor in order to construct 2 new 9-unit buildings intended to house low-income seniors. Award $180,000 to Treasure Coast Homeless Services Council in order to construct a triplex intended to house low-income families. And award $60,000 to Coalition for Attainable Homes in order to construct an accessory dwelling unit intended to house a low-income senior. Staff recommends that $20,000 be transferred from the Reno program into the CNO program in order to fully fund this request. Number 2, our Reno awards award $105,240 to Treasure Coast Homeless Services Council in order to replace roofs on existing affordable housing units. And number 3, authorize the board chair to sign the Indian River County American Rescue Plan agreements for each grant recipient. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chair, move staff recommendation.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. John, just one, or actually, first of all, question for Dylan. Commissioner Adams had to step out, so do we need 3 votes for an affirmative, or do we need a majority of the remaining votes, just from a procedural? And while you look that up, John, a question for you. So under Reno, we had 600,000. We're moving 20,000 to CNO, and then 105,000 award, which leaves about 475,000 balance. And then you're going to recommend in a future item to move 150 of that to go to the Gifford Gardens project to sweeten that project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that will still leave a balance of about 325,000 in the Reno account. Do we have plans to do that? Can we reopen the CNO window, or what can we do to continue finding affordable housing?
Well, I think we'd be happy to look at all options. I think the CNO one was very successful. I would defer to my boss for any.
Yeah, we had a couple of other ideas too for programs. These are all new, by the way, and these add to the SHARP program, which we've gotten, because we realize that housing is so unaffordable at this point for first-time homebuyers, we've added more down payment assistance through the SHARP program. So we've made tremendously really good use of this ARP funding to combat homelessness, or the best that we could with the funds we had. We've thought about using something to subsidize accessory dwelling units. We've liberalized the accessory dwelling unit criteria. That was another program we had, and we'd been working on it. We have to think that through a little bit closer. Or we can reopen our CNO program, construction engineering for nonprofit organizations. As more ideas come up and more projects come up for affordable housing, all of these give us a lot of bang for the buck, as you can see. I mean, St. Francis Matter does this tremendous work and really helps us out with group congregate type housing, whereas Homeless Services Council and our other applicants are just really very reputable in putting their all into getting more housing out there. So we're very grateful to our applicants for coming up with these ideas, for helping us expend these funds where it's most needed. So I have to say we're pretty open. We'll come up with a program for it.
Yeah, I think we were, kind of leaving this in the total housing, arena right now. We could come back and figure out exactly what to do with it. One thought is, I don't know how much of the sharp money we're spending. If we're going to have an over expenditure there, we could consider that, or we could look at seeing, as CINO was oversubscribed. I think there are only so many partners out there. We're a small community. It might be worthwhile to talk to them and say, hey, if we put more CINO money out there, would you be able to do more projects, or do we need to start, look in a different direction? So I think staff could definitely work with our partners out there and see where we think we could get more affordable housing on the street, if you will, and kind of proceed in that way, whether it's reopening CINO, doing something different like the accessory dwelling unit, transferring it over to Sharp, but yeah, we can definitely evaluate the best options for what we think we could do with what's left, and we could bring something back to the board, a recommendation on that.
Great. Dylan, did you find an answer yet? Or?
Yes. So it would require an affirmative vote of 3 members. So right now, since we only have 3, it would have to be a unanimous 3-0 decision for any item to move forward.
Okay, very good. Thank you for clarifying that. So we do have a motion by Commissioner Flesher. Right.
Correct, sir.
Second by Vice Chair Ehrman.
It's all on you, sir.
Yep.
No pressure.
Anyone from the audience or the public wish to speak on the motion before us? Being none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 3-0 with Commissioner Moss and Adams absent.
Not the white flags.
Yeah, better hurry up. 12A2, review of proposed request for proposals for a developer to redevelop the former Gifford Gardens apartment site with housing that is affordable.
Yeah, John
Bill,
Stahl will
or
be
John?
presenting this once again.
Very good.
Okay, so that was a pretty simple introduction for it. I think that stands. Let's move on. So the background, July 13th of 2021, the board reviewed and approved an RFP that offered its significant incentives for the redevelopment of 4730 40th Avenue, known as the former Gifford Gardens site, with affordable housing. We received 1 bid. We took it back to our AHAC committee and discussed it with them, and AHAC and staff had recommended that the board reject that bid. On April 12th, the board did reject that proposal. And on April 27th of this year, we conducted a workshop with AHAC and just to kind of figure out where we might have some flexibility in our RFP to maybe incentivize other individuals to bid or organizations to bid on it. At AHAC, there was a reaffirmed desire for single-family homes that would build generational wealth, and we were kind of instructed to focus more on affordability. And so we've done that. I wanted to provide a comparison of what was in the previous RFP versus what we're proposing now. So in the previous RFP, there were very stringent home design standards. We relaxed those for the current one. The target affordability for the previous one was 120% AMI. On this one, it'll be targeted affordability of 80% AMI. Previously, we had $350,000 in grant from the county ARP funds. We were proposing a $150,000 increase, and that would come from the Reno program. And then there was no targeted price point for single-family home sale previously. In this one, we're trying to include a targeted price point of $275,000 for a single-family home. So to summarize the proposed incentives that are in this, it's still the same free land from the county, prepaid impact fees, prepaid water and sewer ERUs for 22 single-family homes, $500,000 grant from the county ARP for engineering, design, and hard development costs. And so it's staff's recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners review the proposed final draft RFP and provide any proposed changes, allow any potential final edits to the RFP as may be recommended by various county review departments, and then authorize the transfer of $150,000 in ARP funding from the Reno program to the Gifford Gardens project and direct staff to advertise the RFP as may be modified. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any.
Commissioners, any questions of staff?
275 was the max or the?
We're trying to set it as just a targeted price point so that they understand that that's kind of what we're looking for in that area.
It's the max. It says should not exceed in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is not a request for qualifications. It's an RFP, so we can't really specify the price and award it on price. So,
Well, I mean, I think this is a start. The last one was way off base.
it was, I think, we let the potential bidders know exactly about what we were looking for as a max. B, we've changed the design standards a little bit. We are not, we had some customized features and so forth, which I think would have been nice to include in the first-time starter homes, but people can customize their homes and upgrade certain features of it as they go along. I think we all came to that consensus at AHEC, and we've added a little bit more money to it, so hopefully we'll have a better result.
I think it's worth a shot unless they have any comments.
Just a question, has anybody backtracked what income level would be required for a lender to finance a conventional home mortgage loan for $275,000?
Yeah, what's the income qualification?
Well, I have if we pull the presentation back up, I can show you the salary for that.
Yeah, and I've got that, but that doesn't tell me, so it says like two persons, the 80% is $51,150. I don't know if $51,150 will, now those numbers are different than what's in my backup here. I don't know why that.
I think we're just including it as a guide. I think this might be the one that I pulled off the previous presentation.
Okay, yeah, because the one in our backup is a little different, but.
It changes pretty regularly.
But still, so two persons, just going with your number, would be $46,000. Would two people with a combined $46,750 qualify for a $275 mortgage?
I think they would need other assistance. I think it would probably be beneficial to include SHIP and SHARP funding as down payment assistance to help.
Yeah, which they would qualify for, but John generally uses a 30% rule of thumb, don't you? So.
Yeah, SHIP and SHARP would be available to the
Right.
buyers.
He's tried to set the whole thing up so that housing costs don't eat up too much of your income, and there'll be SHIP and SHARP assistance available to buy the home. So, rather than more subsidies on the side of the builder, that'd be a user side subsidy for the potential buyer.
So at $275, how much could SHIP and SHARP contribute to that as a down payment or whatnot?
Contribute $40,000.
$40,000. So then we're looking at what income does it take to get a mortgage for $235?
Yeah.
And again, that's a maximum. And like what you might see is different size houses. So your most expensive one might be $275. There might be a $250 in there. And we're also trying to make sure that we get proposers as well,
right.
too. But
okay, I'll go do the math and figure it out, but I'm just.
I think I also kind of based that. That's the highest I've seen one of our SHARP applications go for right now was for a home purchase price of $275, and so that's kind of where I set the max at. Was they cannot possibly exceed that and still qualify.
We have had an application go through at that price?
We have.
Did they get funding and approved? And
yeah, they did.
Oh yeah.
Did they? Okay. All right. Good. Okay.
I mean, 275 in my mind is still high, but I guess I'm not being realistic with today's prices
and we're also hoping that sorry.
You know, I mean, I'm still thinking it's kind of high, but I think it's worth a shot. We'll see where we're at.
we'll clearly entertain offers for lower priced, and they would, the affordability is the criteria which those will be measured on. If we get a proposal and somebody comes in here and says, hey, we're going to do 20 houses at $275, and we get another one that says, hey, we're going to do 20 houses at $200, all else held equal, the one that comes in with 200 is going to likely win the award, So
I was working up to that question.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So I take it that's a motion by Vice Chair Ehrman. Is there a second? and a second by Commissioner Flesher. Is there any public comment on the motion before us? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. And so that passes 3-0, again with Commissioner Adams and Moss absent.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Phil.
I have to work these last few.
Department of Matters, award of bid number 2022067, the Dick Bird Park Pickleball Courts. Mr. Spirica.
My turn now?
Yeah, finally. You've been paying attention?
I was standing in the back. Rich Berger, Public Works Director. So back in July, we are put out to bid the pickleball courts down at Dick Bird Park. So in August, we received bids for the construction of pickleball court. South Florida building, BDI Marine was at $795,437. Barth Construction, $839,764. Gettler Brothers at $860, $555. Joe Bear Contracting at $971,647, and Close Construction Services at $1,040,570. South Florida Building, BDI Marine was the low bidder to the project, totaling $795,437. However, during the review of the documentation, staff found that they had not provided to us projects that included pickleball courts or tennis courts or something similar to what this project was entailed. Purchasing reached out to BDI and asked for clarifications, project that they had worked on, and some more information regarding their bid. BDI did not respond in the 5 days allocated by the contract. They actually responded late Tuesday, about 7 days after we requested the information. Based on the way the contract's written, we moved forward with considering Barth Construction as the lowest and responsible bidder for the project, with a bid totaling $839,764.59. The bid was $268,914 above the engineer's estimate of $570,850. After reviewing all their qualifications and references, staff determined that Barth Construction has successfully completed similar projects, construction projects. So now I'm going to read the book that funding gave me. It's just so funding for the project is budgeted in Parks, Impact Fees, Pickleball Complex South, in the 21-22 capital improvements element. For 21-22, there's a balance of $484,388 available, with $100,000 programmed in fiscal year 22-23. Along with the Barth Construction contract for $839,765, there's a must-go lighting contract for $195,000 to go ahead and light the pickleball courts. The shortfall is $450,377, and it will be programmed into the fiscal year 2022-2023 CIE. Staff recommends the project be awarded to Barth Construction in the amount of $839,764.59 for the Dick Bird Park pickleball courts. Staff further recommends the board approve the sample agreement and authorize the chair to execute said agreement after review and approval of both, and the agreement required for the public construction bond by the county attorney as to legal form and sufficiency. The receipt of and approval of required insurance by the risk manager, and receipt of evidence of Barth Construction's enrollment in E-Verify.
Are you done?
I'm done. That was a lot.
I knew you knew so much about
Commissioners, I'll second whoever makes a motion.
Staff recommendation.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, second by myself. Is there any public comment on the motion before us? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. That motion passes 3-0. Again, Commissioners Adam and Moss absent. Thank you, Mr. Spirica. County Attorney items 13B, authorization to proceed with foreclosure on code enforcement cases. 15th Avenue, Palmer, Michael and Kelly, and 20th Avenue, Dickerman Cavalier. And Susan.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and please bear with me.
Oh,
Looks like we
hold
have
up.
a new-
Yep.
Move staff recommendation.
Oh,
That was a motion by Commissioner Ehrman.
Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner or Vice Chair Ehrman. We're ready to vote unless you have something you want to interject.
now, if you've reviewed everything, I have no changes.
I know that the Palmer one has been a long time coming. This has been a nightmare for the folks on that street, so I'm fully in support of the motion here and moving this forward, so.
Okay.
Is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment on the motion before us? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. No opposed. Again, that motion carries 3-0. Commissioners Moss and Adams absent.
All right, well,
Thank you for the
thank you,
final-
job.
John. Have a good
Thank
night.
you. Sorry you had to sit around. All right, so commissioners, we took care of all the commissioner matters.
I think we still have 13C.
Oh, I'm sorry, Calcutta Drive docks. Mr. Reingold.
And I will shorten my presentation based upon the last one to actually give more of a definitive recommendation, which is we can, I do not need any action from the board on 2 of the docks, but for the other 3 I've identified in my memo, because I've received responses from the dock owners and them moving forward, I'm supportive of not terminating any of those agreements and still allowing the property owners to move forward with obtaining their permits and getting their docks addressed. And I turn it over to the chair.
You don't need anything on that?
Actually, I think we do.
Those you do?
Yes, on that, I would appreciate a motion and an approval.
And so, Dylan, we have already voted on Dock 14 to terminate the license agreement.
That is correct.
I think the motion will need to include to rescind the vote to terminate the agreement, and then to allow the county attorney to continue working with the 3 dock licensees that are in the process of coming into compliance.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, based on the affirmative information that was presented, I'd like to make a motion to rescind the previous order for dock number 14 and direct the attorney to continue on with the appropriate pathway with the remaining 3 docks.
Very good. We have a motion by Commissioner Flesher, seconded by Vice Chair Ehrman. Is there anyone from the public wishes to comment on the motion before us? Yes, sir. Did you have a comment? Come up to the podium, please. Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
I will keep it very short. My name is Jeff Cussin. At 736 36th Avenue. I own a home on Calcutta Drive and have Dock 14 that was mentioned. I just wanted to share with you, we are working very hard to complete those repairs. Everybody's backed up. They require surveys for the Army Corps of Engineers. They require engineering, and then going through the permitting process, and then ultimately just getting a contractor to come out for a 20-foot dock in this environment is really challenging. So I just wanted to share, we're working hard on it. We haven't forgot you. And Dylan is staying on top of us. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And then
Sorry
just,
to keep you through.
you are aware that we changed the licensing fees and such? You're aware of the new fee schedule?
Yes. Dylan
Okay.
did make me aware of that y'all are increasing them 2,000%, I think, so.
$2,000.
2,000, well, it'd be 2,000. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that you knew that before you spent a whole lot more money. Okay. Very good. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Flesher, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. All in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That carries 3-0. Again, Commissioners Moss and Adams are absent. Okay, now we've completed commissioner matters. We completed emergency services. We move to Solid Waste Disposal District minutes of June 7, June 14, June 21, July 5, and July 12 of 2022.
Mr. Chair, move forward all 5.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Vice Chair Urban. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 3-0. Again, Commissioner Moss and Adams absent. 15B6, approval of Second Amendment and renewal to recycling services at government buildings and facilities agreement. Mr. Lesky.
I just wanted to come forward real quick. Sean Leaskey, Utilities Director. Himanshu is out and has been out, unfortunately, for about a week now. So if there are any questions, please direct them towards me, but just wanted to kind of give you all a heads up on that.
Very good. Thank you, Sean.
Mr. Chair, move forward.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. Any discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That again carries 3-0. 15B7, approval of the 2023 CPI adjustment request by Waste Management for government buildings.
Mr. Chair, move forward, staff recommendation.
Second.
We have motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Vice Chair Ehrman. Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Any opposed? That also carries 3-0. Adoption agreement with U.S. Ecology of Tampa. That one, do we have a question on it, or?
I didn't know if you wanted
Did you
to say about it?
Just on that one, just to be clear, the piggyback award is associated with the cost for each service, not necessarily the overall cost of the award that we're piggybacking. So it's the cost of each individual item that we are piggybacking, and then you can see what we're proposing for our annual budget is the $330,000.
I'll move staff approval, or staff recommendation, I'm sorry.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Ehrman, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 3-0 as well. That concludes the agenda. Unless there's anything else for the public good, we won't be back till September 13th. I think, right? Okay. So with that, we stand adjourned.